Ready? I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everybody. We'll go ahead and accept the board of minutes for December 12th.
I make a motion that we accept the board minutes for December 12th, 2023.
I second.
Public comment on any of the minutes? All in favor? Aye. Motion carried.
I was wondering why I couldn't hear you from this hearing aid was on.
All right, we're into correspondence, and the first one for the midwinter conference for Mako, and it is on the February 26th through the 28th in Great Falls.
And I'd like to make a comment and not on that. I'm going to go ahead and sign up for that. So if you guys want to join me, all three of us go, that would be just awesome.
Yeah, be together, can't we?
Yeah,
If we put it on there, we can. If we're going to it, all we have
Yeah.
to do is make it a public notice that we're going to the, yeah. There's time before three of us have gone, Marie, Cliff, and I went.
yeah. Well, everybody usually, all three go. They make it a point to. So,
On the next one's issued standard mileage rates for 2024, it increases up to 67 cents a mile, up 1.5 cents from 2023.
pretty self-explanatory, this one.
And the next one's from Aaron Carey, it's just a BLM, they're upping their prices on the cabins up at Garnett, Ghost Town, winter rental. I drove up there. Well, last week there, I drove all the way up, you can drive all the way to Ghost Town still, but that upper road, we'll make sure in this spring shut it off until it's fixed, it's something gets washed out. But I think we put that closure gate across the bottom where instead of turning to go to cave, I'll move it up a little bit by that. So nobody can go around it.
So they plow the road to the north?
Just right to Beartown. Right there, you go up, right there, where you split the road, splits to go up Deep Creek, Cave Falls, or China Grade. But we need to move the gate up above.
No, I mean, the other county, they plow the other way?
You know, they
If this is a
do
winter,
until they get so much snow, then they turn it into the, yeah, snow, but then they groom it. But I think their gates are still open. I didn't go all the way up and over. I just turned around and Garnett. There was only like 6 inches of snow up there, so. Not good.
May I make a comment on this? If they're seeking public comment, I don't think Granite County, we as the commissioners need to put in a comment. We really don't have anything to do with the fees. That would be up to them, and if they need to raise them, they need to raise their fees.
Well, that's what I figured. It's them that are taking care of it. It's their deal.
Yeah.
Next one's from Cameron Razor on the Lake Shore Drive. It's on the road 8686. This is an ongoing thing that we keep talking about. Do we want to put this on the agenda after the first year? Maybe we get a little more info.
I don't care, I'm tired of talking about that.
Okay, so it's up to you guys. Think about it. And we can, after we come back after Christmas, that next week, we can.
He's
Talk about it.
not saying anything he hasn't said to us.
Right.
No, that's the same thing every time.
He thinks we should put up a sign for
No.
him.
Right. I think we should still say, hey, it's your responsibility. I think we should still fight them. They're a federal agency and they feel that they can just say, we can't afford it, so therefore you stick to it and you need to take it over anyway. And I think we need to fight them for it. I think
Okay, we can write them a letter, or we can write them a letter when we come back, we want to think about it, and we can check on some other stuff. Okay, so the
What did
next,
we get, sorry, what did we get from, when we wrote our congressman, what did they about it?
They said there was nothing they could do.
Just some grants to,
Yeah,
it's always passing the buck.
yeah, they were passing the buck too, I mean, if it was.
It seems like they don't wanna get their feet dirty, wet, cause then, you know, being that they're federal and they're federal, it's like. Figure it out yourself, the way I took it.
well, it's in horrible condition.
No, it's all right now, but no, spring it. It's gonna be so loud, yeah. So the next one's on the healthcare trust changing life and EAP vendors to the Hartford. Any comment on the correspondence, public comment on the correspondence? All right, being done, we'll go right into public comment. Yeah, they just kind of keep kicking it back and back. It's theirs, they, you know. I think we need to respond to them. Otherwise, they're gonna say, well, you ignored the letter.
Yeah.
They ignore it, gives them a step that says.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I'm thinking, if we don't stay after it, then they're gonna say, well, you didn't respond back. They've done this before, they played that game.
So, and then the one thing in that letter too, where it says, well, you can apply for this in 2025. But it takes years after 2025, so don't plan on getting anything possibly until 2028.
Well, then they take a bunch of them, it's all, then they're gonna go study it again. So I mean, it just never ends.
You ordered your coach yet?
They've all got it.
They do?
I don't mess around.
Where's yours?
You might pick up.
Want to see it?
Not bad.
Good.
They are picked up and delivered.
Did they like them? Or were they like,
Seem to be happy enough.
What kind of it?
They're green. They're green. Can't remember what brand they were, but they're like a bomber coat they say on or something.
those kind of cool? Are they the ones that kind of are bulky on the bottom and?
Yeah, they're not, it'd be nice if they were longer, but then they get too damn bulky.
Yeah, so. Green.
Any public comment?
Have we gotten our 24 from Ag West yet?
So I got missed. They didn't bring me one, but some other offices got them. So I called yesterday and there are lots of calendars, wall calendars available in the breezeway of Ag West. And she said that I can pick a bunch up when I'm in Missoula next.
So usually when they come in, they would go into the clerk and recorder's office.
Sarah said they've all been handed out.
And they should have counted and said and counted this office too, which
We
they never failed to do before, but.
We got missed.
Okay.
But
And then when you
We'll
do,
pick
can
them
you
up.
move it over just a little bit, cause
because the
That
monitor
monitor.
locks it.
kinda
We can do that.
just a smidge, or remove the monitor or something.
Yeah. We can do that.
Who's Amelia Wood?
She's the editor from the paper.
I think I asked that before.
So the only thing on this that is in dispute is the contract with this. That's the only thing that's in dispute.
There was something I think Paul might want to talk about in there about a process. It's a little, that the way it's laid out in here is a little different than how they do it. But I'll let him speak to that. But yeah. I just printed it because I thought it might be smart to have on hand. Yeah, I think it'll be the.
Someone's counting their chickens for the cat, looks like, spreading it all over the place.
Right.
I'd like to make a comment on the agenda. If I can, if I may. Just looking at the agenda, and my personal opinion is I'd like to just follow through and don't worry about projected lunch and just get it over with. Instead of,
Today.
well, I don't think we can today. I don't think
From our friend at Cass.
instead of
Well, calendar.
lunch and then coming back, I don't mind sitting here through the whole thing.
No, I don't care. Like we did, like last week. Didn't we do that last?
I was just saying, on the agenda, we have projected lunch from 12:30 to 1:30. And my personal opinion is I'd rather just sit here and go through the whole thing and not worry about lunch
I would too. That way,
Oh, in the future.
in the future, yeah.
In the future, okay.
Yeah, I think it's just easier that way.
Okay.
cause then some of the people come in at noon too,
Yeah.
you know, and they're off, so yeah, if they did.
And as long as they know we're here and we're not gone for that.
Sounds good.
I can do that.
Any other public comment?
Well, not till 4 o'clock. You know, if it's like this, like 2:30 or 2:30.
Yeah. But if we went through, we'd probably skim off and be out of here by. Well, some of these. looks
Some
like
of them, you
it's
know,
gonna take a couple of minutes.
yeah, some of them, it's just nice to, cause it's like when we find out nobody's coming, just table, just keep moving on, so. Otherwise, what's the sense of sitting there for a half hour when they're not coming in? You know, Get stuff out, and so, I agree. Alrighty, if there's no public comment, then we'll go ahead with, oh, she's waving her hand around.
Oh. Carol,
Okay,
Carol, okay?
yeah. Keep talking, but nothing's coming.
I just sent her the.
I think she put us on. Billy?
Yep.
Can
We
you
can
hear us?
hear you.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt it. We just got online and I'm not sure. Have y'all gotten to the letter from your firemen?
We're not on that, we're on public comment. We haven't talked about that letter we talked about last week. They were getting report that they didn't want no more closed roads.
Okay, so that means,
Was bringing stuff in, locals were saying that. But
okay,
public-
so when you're saying closed roads, you're not speaking about our gate? I just wanted to clarify on that.
You never brought up your gate.
Yeah, well, I was wondering, what we wanted to do
bringing
is,
data.
when we get the gate in, Scott, I'd like to give the pass to the fire department, and that way they don't have to worry about if they need to come up to our house. That would be
That's up-
wonderful.
That's up to you to do, I mean, we can't do that, that's your deal. You got the gate. there.
Okay,
Whatever you want.
Okay, well, I just wanted to try, I appreciate the way everything's working out. Everyone's been really nice right now, and I just, like I said, I only seen the letter. And I wasn't sure how to interpret it, but I do appreciate your time. Thanks.
All right, is there any other public comment?
Choose one.
That letter was more in regards to the
The
petition that's forthcoming, but,
Potential,
yeah.
yeah.
But well, it probably was running out in general, the county, they don't want things closed, but specifically was around.
Yeah.
Well, the worst thing, just like that guy was saying, they come up there and they got one around trying to get through a gate to save a house or an ambulance or something trying to bail,
Yeah.
they just, that's up to the people to figure out what they wanna do, if they want them in or not.
Good point.
We're gonna do a jam lock or a.
Well, that's the
Yeah.
whole thing, and then
Yeah.
the next thing will be their fault, because they couldn't get there.
Talking about private property, right? Yeah, if they put a gate on private property and there's a lock on it and they have trouble, the fire department has trouble getting in, it could cause an issue.
We're saying like at nighttime, a lot of times they get there, they can't see,
Yeah.
roads up, and, yeah, absolutely. Anyway, if there's no other public comment, we will move on. All right, we'll go ahead and go to the weekly report. Go ahead, Paul.
Far as the road go, we're still doing signage. And, we got a couple more days of that, and then we're gonna start cold patch. And just everything's just too froze as far as blading, but we can't do none of that stuff. But, gonna wrap on the mowing, he's moving the mower back to Beaver, and now we're gonna do some more of these double cutting some areas, widen it out where we have, since we don't have the snow, I just about utilize that wide cut strips out. And that's it, kind of what's going on. But yeah, other than that, it's been pretty quiet. A pretty good fall. So,
Are you doing any mechanicing up there? And
oh yeah, I've been doing some of that, yeah. Yeah, there's always something to do, right? And dumps. And getting a lot of stuff on the dump over this deal here, and I want to go over a few issues with this manual.
Can we do it when Scott comes in, cause he's got some issues with it too?
Yeah,
Okay.
right after you.
It's right after,
It's on
Yeah,
the-
sure.
that way,
Yeah.
then we can do it all at once, then you can give you issue, then he's here. He explains some of this computer stuff, I was gonna mention that, to you.
Okay,
I just thought if you could just leave.
I've got one question that, well, one of a few, but. So we got some contractors that they're building homes for people that are eventually gonna be of Granite County. Whether it's a summer home or whatever it is. So they don't have any tax ID numbers. So they're running all this trash like. Just say tens of thousands of pounds through their own.
Can I interrupt you? They're working on people's home, on the property they own, they're building.
For somebody
homes
else.
For somebody else. Well, they'd have tax ID number, the property owner.
But they haven't. But there's a lot of them that don't have that yet.
They just probably don't have, you have to have a property tax ID.
But they
Probably don't have a dump,
but they-
don't have a dump.
But
No,
there's no,
no,
yeah,
no.
well, I think that is something that they need to then put the dump on. The units on their property if they're gonna be building in. Or is this up to the contractor to haul the haul the?
Well, the contract's on the garbage, but
I mean,
they're
the.
putting it on their
from the
own.
building.
They're putting it on their own contractors numbers instead of people's, it's saying, so they need to put it on the. They
So-
need to get, when they're doing this contract, they're gonna have to get the tax ID number and get the car. That's just the way we said, kind of set it up.
How it should be, but that's not how it is.
Well,
Several,
I think they can do it, under the deal, they could do it either way, it's just whatever number they wanna give when they're going to dump it.
If the contractor has a dump number, then it's be charged.
Right, that's what I'm saying, they're running out of their own home. And I guess if it's 7 cents a pound, if that's what it is, that's what it is.
Well, it's kinda up to them, if they don't want to put it on theirs, they should be the ones supplying the people's place that they're building on, then he'd have to get the. Unit, right, not the way we set it up.
You're talking about, either buy the units or get it on their, get the dump card
Well, if
for the
he's,
people.
like Paul's saying, he's putting it on his own, just say Paul's contact.
Yeah.
If he's using his own ID number, well, it really, I mean, if he wants to use it, it's fine, but if he don't, he should have to get the landowner's ID number and then get their. use
Yeah.
number.
It's their decision on which one it goes on.
And that's kind of what we,
Should be,
that's what
But
I,
they're good either way.
they should be just working it out with the landowner now.
that's what I, like, died on the.
Well, and another thing, this would bring attention to that property that doesn't have any units on it. They're building on it and they know they're gonna have to put units on it. And it's the, you know, where the Department of Revenue is supposed to be going out and finding the building. If that contractor, if they need units on it, that, would the contractor charge the homeowner?
It'd be just their contract with them, so they'd have to agree on how they're gonna work that out. Though Department of Revenue hasn't been finding all these places, but Matt Pierce has just notified us of some new ones, and so we sent that info out to all the everyone.
Yeah, my question was just mainly. If it's running across the field and it's getting paid right away, it probably doesn't make any difference to the county. As long as it's getting paid, right?
So would the contractor come up here and then buy some units?
He just pays over the person I'm talking about.
But they could buy units.
Right.
Or have the,
And then
yeah,
pass it along to the customer, I guess.
yeah, but it should be they should have that in their contract with them on how garbage is gonna be done, that's their deal.
But either way, you know, it needs to be collected, either the contractor does it, or if he wants to put it on the, after he's building the house, charge it for the value,
Yeah.
that's up to them, cause we don't.
Absolutely correct.
Any other stuff? And I'm not.
No.
What time, Scott? He's,
9:30.
Oh.
Here's a question, if with Scott coming in, can maybe did he come in too, because we've got some. Conflict with tax ID numbers only being one, and he's saying they only have one tax ID number. And there's gotta be a way to input another number in there to that tax ID number that would coincide. I mean, the software can't be that basic where you can't even throw
what,
different numbers in there.
what's the scenario that you're talking about?
Okay, this would be if a person has 4 units and they want to keep a unit. Right now, those 4 units are just on one tax ID number.
Yeah.
So if
okay.
they wanted to keep a unit, they would need to have a new number to be recognized. And the way Scott said it, that they can't, but there's gotta be a way in the software. It can't be that
Yeah,
basic where
you
you can't
think.
add new numbers.
Well, that's what I don't understand.
I
what
got
he's saying. I guess when he comes in, that's the whole thing is. If it's not, we're gonna have to update something so it can, cause this is a problem,
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
why,
Yeah.
we're changing,
Yeah.
moving ahead, so we can get all.
W-
Well, and that's why maybe Vicky could come in with them, because she should be maybe more familiar than he is with the software.
Let me just say a good example is they haul my garbage, let's just use me again. So they haul my garbage, Robinson does. Well, in the summer, we're gonna do a bunch of stuff around the house, we wanna come in and buy an extra unit. We gotta be able to have that number for that unit that he doesn't have control of
Mhm.
somehow. There's gotta be.
Well, yeah, cause I mean, he's
Yeah.
already given you that number, why can't he give you another?
Yeah.
That's
Well,
what I don't
yeah,
understand.
and that one potentially could be tied to the same number where it could be
Yes.
in the
Yes.
software, but this issue, yeah. it's
Yeah.
Gotta
Or
get
can't you
resolved.
have an attachment on it, or what do they call it, like we do in another line that they can get another unit? I guess I don't understand computers.
Gotta be a way.
Yeah, it can't be that basic where it's geared only. Because you have to add tax ID numbers anyway. So you should be able to,
Like, they have tax
Yeah.
number one, number two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The internet don't want
Yeah.
anything.
-1, -2, if you want.
One thing the policy talks about is there's the default for each business on what they pay, but then they can contract for the actual usage, because they're like certain places have a lot of garbage, so they're doing more, but they wanna take that one back. That one, I think that should be discussed in like a little contract, and I could do up a form or whatever. They say they agree to X amount, because there's people that probably have, Robinson said they need more, and the customer may not know that, so
Yeah,
that needs to be one of the things we're working on, is a agreement with these people.
He's gotta explain it a little better to some of his people he's working with, it's just that this is the whole.
Yeah,
flow down there.
Communication,
And
and
a
it,
lot of people haven't got the letters. yet.
yeah, it's basically an implied contract already. He's coming and saying they need more units, it's going on their taxes. Well, I just think there's some miscommunication there maybe with the customer.
and if they wanna separate out the units that they have. to
Then,
be able to
yeah.
get it done without having to
And
pay.
then that guy,
Yeah.
the contractor is taking in there and paying for it, he should be able to turn around and charge the people they're building for it, that's the way he wants to do that, or, get.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's some flexibility in that policy.
Bottom line, as long as it's getting paid, so it doesn't come back
On
on
you.
the taxpayer. I mean, that's the whole goal, right?
That's why they gotta make sure when they're building it, if they're gonna do it, or if the landowner, if he needs another unit, like I said, should be able to come and get an attachment. 2 units or whatever, it shouldn't be that hard to put on your tax ID number that you got 2 or 3 units or 1 unit.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
gotta-
a software issue, yeah,
already doing
But also,
that.
if you're building in Anaconda Deer Lodge, then the contractor lives here. You shouldn't be able to bring all everything from
No,
that into our dump without paying 20 cents, because that's the deal.
correct.
You know?
Yeah.
If it's a Granite County house, that's one thing, if it's.
yeah,
private town,
that's,
it
they
needs to
should be asking where it's coming from. Cause Robinson he said he can't dump from outside the county, right? I mean, so that exceeds his permit.
I mean, they can bring all they want in for 20 cents a pound, but that's what that's.
The out of county.
Out of town.
Out of county,
It has to be charged, but otherwise we're gonna be back,
you know.
then why we do
Yeah.
it?
We should kick on the same dead horse over and over.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
garbage is
garbage.
complex.
Big business.
Um,
Not gonna get big,
She's
she's
going to
driving
post,
away.
she's going to the post office,
Oh,
From where?
post office, it's a regular time.
We'll see what he has to say. I mean, there's gotta be a way to put it on, we're already putting, if you grants it, we're off, or whatever, they got so many other people, they need more units, so we put more units on, so why can't you?
Or a separate spreadsheet, and that, it's really the exception to the rule, these, and it's not, I don't know that it's.
Some of it is gonna have to make it work here, it's just, there's no new, they've got to put.
Right now, there's a lot of input in him going through, so he's got all this new stuff and he's basically new. But once he gets it in there and it's done, it's gonna be a boom, boom.
another thing, I like say, okay, you haul it in now. And you're gonna pay the 7 cents. That's just that ticket just has to go to Scott like it does already, and then the county just got a bill. If them dump it down, they can't take money from everybody that hauls that stuff in.
Yeah.
Well, that's why, I think, and then that's why we said they could call up or come up with call up to the credit card and go right.
But he gets their ticket anyway. Why can't the county bill him as an overage
Well,
for the
he
7
could,
cents? That,
He
that,
could.
that keeps the dump attendants out of the credit
he
card.
really could, it'd be easy enough.
Yeah, and he gets every ticket anyway.
The only issue I see is if it's people that then don't have property here and then don't pay their bill, then it's tough going after.
I mean,
Right.
just for the Robinson thing. If you're everything else would stay the same, the 20 cents.
Oh, you're talking about, their customers.
You know, like if I haul into the
Yeah.
dump, I gotta pay 7 cents because I'm a rock.
Okay, yeah,
Well, that ticket would just come up here to Scott like it does anything. Then Scott would say he hauled that in, because otherwise there wouldn't be a ticket. All else on Robinson deal. It's overage,
yeah.
That's smart.
Yeah.
so
Well-
much easier.
What,
I didn't know you were smart.
I've been thinking about it a long time.
That is actually smart. That is
Well,
smart.
what I'll do though, I mean, I use Robinson. If I bring in extra stuff in, I'll just grab my dad's card and take it up there. So I mean, more than one way to skin a cat.
But this would resolve it if someone didn't have their dad to use.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, seriously, if they came in, write a ticket and then it would go right on his for overages, that makes sense to me.
It's the same thing they're doing right now.
Yeah,
Right now, you haul it in there, they print the ticket, get it 100 pounds or whatever, it comes to Scott any. So
yeah,
he's got the list of who Robinson's customers
Yeah.
are.
yeah,
Every ticket would be an overage,
And that's why we were telling you the
Yeah.
quarterly
Yeah.
thing, so we know.
and then there's no bullshit about it. It's
Yeah.
just there.
yeah.
Yeah.
His, yeah, quarterly's gotta be done because his customer list is always changed. It's continuing to change and people moving in and out, or you decide not to use his
Yeah, we know
services or
for
whatever.
sure He's so excited, but
Yeah.
it's,
Right.
that way, yeah, and they, like I said, they get it.
And
It just,
and that was the problem anyway, we didn't have his list, that's why.
but we still have a problem with that list. I mean, we do, we need a current list.
Yeah,
I would just give you an example.
he's,
I know 2 people already. One from up here, he's never been a customer. It was from, they bought the property and that person was a customer. And when these guys got in, I know we'll haul it on to the dump. So he's flagged as a customer.
He's gotta clean up his list.
but he's not.
He's not, and there's another guy in Maxville, used to be a customer, but hasn't been a customer for 6 months, and he's also flagged. So this customer list we have,
Yeah, it's gotta be
it
cleaned up.
needed to be cleaned up.
he said he was gonna sit
Yeah.
down with Scott to do it, that was the whole big deal last couple of
Yeah.
times, that you have to have. Bob would say, "Hey,
Yeah. Well, December, he promised, didn't he? I mean,
I'm just saying, so.
Well-
That's 2 that I know of just this week.
the remedy in the policy is that he can't dump if it's not done correctly, so. I would say have that come through the commission, but there's an agenda item. But if it comes down to that, that's the remedy the commission has,
Well, he just needs
And,
to clean up his, like Paul said, just clean it up so everybody knows.
yeah,
That's why we've been working on, it, gave him all this extra time, he said he'd come and sit down with Scott, get the update.
Yeah.
first.
Okay, so if he still has them flagged as a customer, but he's actually not charging them. Because if they're not a customer, they're not paying him, but he's got it on his list,
He's
as a
taking the unit,
customer. On the list that he gave Scott.
correct. That unit goes to them, so then these guys are gonna, they haul their garbage, they're not a customer,
Yeah.
I guess. And
so it's gonna cause multiple problems, because where they're gonna have to do pay as you go if they're on that list. And then it's also skewing what his total weight, his total weight is, really.
yeah, absolutely. So,
I'll go see if he's coming.
I mean, that's,
The cooperative's weight, I mean,
well, the person that's doing the billing. For those guys, for Robinson,
Yeah,
should be able to, for God's sake, write a current list out.
Yeah.
Billing these people every month, how tough would that be?
yeah,
yeah, if they're obviously not paying on it, so take them off,
Yeah, well, see, we haven't sent him a bill ever.
yeah,
And forget about the ones you're not sending a bill to, give them a list of the people you are.
yeah,
Then they
that's,
can clean it up.
that's what we wanna know.
Yeah, and then that can
Yeah.
get cleaned up.
Morning.
Good morning.
All right, well, we'll move on to the solid waste report. What you got going on?
Well, I've been getting a lot of questions from end users that have got granite pickup and they're concerned about their dumping. Some questions that's not addressed in flyers that's been out there. Like, for example, if a property has 2 units, they get pickup, do they forfeit both of those units? When they go to the dump, do they have to pay? You know, there's some people that have a couple trailers on their property, 2 houses or something like that. Do they forfeit that?
So is that more like the businesses or is it individuals?
Individuals, those are the.
And they've agreed that there should be 2 on there, how, why was there 2 on there?
Well, we've got 2 trailers on there.
Okay, so, yeah, that doesn't, the policy would be if the one trailer is using Robinson, then they have to, they forfeit all those, if the other trailer's using Robinson, they have to forfeit all those. So it'd go by the,
Well, example is, the guy in Drummond, he's got kind of a trailer outfit thing where it's got 1 unit. It has 2 trailers on it, and one person is using the pickup, the other person isn't. The other person would like to still go to the dump without being charged, but it's gonna be charged.
can you separate it out on the,
It's on or off. It's not multiple.
and one thing I shouldn't be using the word forfeit, because forfeit is not in the policy, it's that they consent to be part of the co-op. There's no way to do like a separate, like, spreadsheet on that, it's just, you saw.
Like house 1 and house 2 on the tax ID thing. Like say, like this trailer is number 1, the next one, number 2, and this one's Robinson, this one's county.
That's set up for multi-dimensional.
Set up for what, you need to speak up just a little.
It's not set up for multi-dimensional where you can have a unit and then subsets of that. You know, it's only,
Okay, it's not set up,
no, it's not.
and you can't set it up?
I don't know how we would. The only thing I can think of, you know, looking forward is, the attendants can look them up and see, you know, individually on a, you know, spreadsheet or paper.
Okay, so my question is, I mean, if right now you have 1 tax ID and the person has 4 units. And you're saying that it's not set up to separate out these units. The IT person for the software, who owns the software. Have you consulted with them on being able to enter new tax ID numbers? Like do a tax ID number and add 1 field, like house 1 or house 2 on the same tax ID that separates it out?
Yeah, they don't have that.
I know they don't, you said they don't, but can you talk to them to see if it's a possibility to do that?
Who are the software people?
Scale it. Oh, they're in Florida. Scale it. It's a Florida outfit.
So you're saying, see if they
Yeah.
can
Yeah,
modify the
Yeah.
software?
that instance, but then Paul had a really good idea too, that maybe we should consider, if you wanted to go ahead and.
For the overage ones, is that. Like, well, he picks my garbage up. Right. Okay, so anything I haul in. The ticket gets printed just like it does right now, and you get the ticket. And then for every quarterly, we'll get billed for that, rather than paying the dump. Nothing would change in your wheelhouse because you're already going through it.
Okay, so those tickets, how would they be flagged as a,
It'd be simple, any single ticket for a Robinson customer is overage.
okay, so how's that? You know, from an accounting standpoint, how would somebody know to bill that person?
That's your job,
So,
you get it, well, I mean,
go ahead.
so. You know I'm a Robinson customer, that's what it is, so any ticket that comes across. Your desk that has my name on it
Oh, I see.
is an overage. And then quarterly, you say, yeah, he hauled in 900 pounds. By getting overage bill, you pay.
Yes,
Rather than the dump attendant having to take the money every
Like
time.
cash
you know?
over.
Yeah,
It's not a cash outfit, yeah, and that's.
right,
And they want to do credit cards and do all that, and I think that's a good solution because it keeps the money out of there.
yeah,
And that's not a good place for money to be.
And the one thing in this policy we have with Robinson is that he gets all the units and he pays all the overages. If that person went to the dump and used the dump, they put their name down with their tax ID number, comes back to you, then it would be part of Robinson's overages when, correct? Is that what you're saying?
No,
It wouldn't be, it would be up to you. I would have to pay the overage. Because he got our unit.
Robinson's only responsible for the overages, once we look at the quarterly, his customer, what their weight is versus his what he's dumping, he would be responsible for that overage. But when people, say Paul is a customer of Robinson, and then directly dumps some garbage or whatever, he's responsible for that overage himself, Paul is.
Okay, so then it would go onto your account, and however Robinson brings in his list, which it's all Robinson. This is where the glitch is because he's not giving you good reports.
We have to have
On-
a correct cleaned up list.
It's not clean. You don't know what
Right.
he's not keeping track.
No, I mean, we gotta get a clean list from Robinson for one thing.
Clean list and just customers or how much wage per customer?
He has customers on his list that you have flagged that aren't his customers.
Right, get back to.
Right, so.
Yeah, should be on him
Clean
versus
list, you-
county.
For you to do your job right, you need a clean list, because all you're going by is a list that is basically big
Outdated.
difference.
It's outdated.
Yeah,
And this is the whole thing, he was gonna come in and sit down with you and go through each one, and then you gotta make sure that these are his customers, or if that, like you said, that's not, then he's not.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he promised you'd come in.
We
Yeah.
begged and told him, I mean, I don't know, how many times you keep saying it?
The-
You got-
The
yeah,
county,
yeah.
I told him to update the customer, I haven't heard from him.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's what we keep
Yeah.
going through, and that's why the people are all upset, because he's not doing what we asked him to do, and he said he would, because he don't like doing big.
So what he should be doing is turning in his list on the pounds that every customer. He should be keeping track of the pounds of every customer. And then what you input that into the customer, then if there's overages. I mean, it's, right now, it's a little more accounting than what you've been doing.
Of course.
but it's the co-op weight is what
Yeah,
they've
it's not
gotta
the
keep
customer
track of,
being
yeah,
co-op, it'd be
the
the
co-op.
whole thing. And then on how many units, not just because
Yeah.
he can't tell which each customer is, because he can co-opt it all together, so, but he has to update so we know who's, or Scott
Yeah.
does. And Robinson, it helps Robinson too, because maybe he should be old or something, maybe he should, but we don't know until he updates on who he has.
So grant disposal may need a bill quarterly if he's over, I mean, but. It doesn't sound like he may be, but he could be, right?
How could he be over? What determines him being over?
If he has, say, example. 300 customers with X amount of units, and in that quarter, he dumps more than what that a lot of weight is. He's responsible for that overage.
If he goes over all
Himself,
the units
his
at the end of
company,
his quarter,
yeah.
then he has to pay.
But how
Yeah.
do you split that up into the 2,000 pounds you get?
You really can't until the end of the year. It's gotta be a physical end of the year deal.
For the total, but quarterly, it's gotta be updated, so he knows.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah, a quarterly update on his numbers, but you're right, and it could be end of year bill.
Because you could have a heavy quarter and then a light quarter. You don't know until the end of the season.
Good
And
point,
then it'll just have to be okay.
yeah. And could add a whole bunch of customers too at the end of the year, which would help.
Right.
Okay, so. I'm sorry, I'm being a pill, but you each get 2,000 pounds. So you dump your garbage once a week. Do you think your garbage is 2,000 pounds?
No, I mean. But the bottom line is, we give them the unit for the convenience of him hauling the garbage. And knowing that if we haul to the dump, we know we're gonna wind up paying us 7 cents extra, and that's the ticket. Every ticket that comes through will be our responsibility, not Robinson's.
That's why it's important on the the notice that Robinson gave out to his customers, so they know that and they can choose to not go with him if they want. He's the one that wanted the co-op, so he's gonna have to live with, they decide they're not gonna be his customer. He did get out the notices. I received one.
Not to everybody.
Okay, I received one.
Yeah, there's a lot of people haven't got it, they're calling, wondering, why does he get them, we don't, call Robinson, find out,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I think he doesn't bill everybody all at once. And then the people that they're billing, get them and then,
But he sent us like I thought it was a redundant bill with the info on it, so.
When we talked
I don't
to
know.
the bookkeeper, whatever, they said, yeah, they have them all out before.
But when he sends the bill, you have no clue on how much he's hauled from you.
there's no way
It's a
to.
co-op.
Yeah,
I know it, but how would you split that out where you would have pay overages if you didn't use your 2,000 pounds?
There's no way to split it out, it's just that you're sacrificing your unit. If you have inquiry garbage, you're giving them that unit, basically, period.
consenting.
And knowing that,
Yeah,
and,
Yeah.
or, I mean, you can opt to, instead of going to the dump, you can pile 20 bags by your garbage can too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you gotta pick them all up.
But like, this is another little thing is that people are saying they wanna keep a unit. Right now, our software doesn't let you split out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a one-to-one thing, so. Your tax ID, you have granite disposal or you don't. And then that triggers, well, you've got to pay as you go if you go to the dump. That's what the dump attendants will see. They don't know if you've got multiple units, and which unit to use it on, no. That kind of, that's what I'm saying, it's a more dimensional thing. Even the flagging of, another field wouldn't satisfy. Because why, my understanding is, if you have a property that's being picked up by granite disposal, you forfeit your units. And that's true with, say, some of the businesses, they have 10 units. They have a lot of volume. But they still come to the dump. Which unit do they not sacrifice? How does it?
Yeah, I know.
It wouldn't be that way. It would be a whole different number, like you got a tax ID number, okay, you got 10 units, so you got that number, and. Okay, that's only good for the A unit, that's Robinson's number. And you have another number that is for the 2 units that you saved. And that's the one that you show the dump, 1897.
Well, this is what he's saying he can't do.
But
yeah,
there's gotta be a way to
Yeah.
not do that.
That's why we're saying we need to find out on that software, if we can figure out how to have building A and building B, this one has his 2 units, but these,
Well-
Robin has these, and then I kept 2 over here, so.
here's what I'd say though, is there's in the policy for businesses, there's the default units or whatever, but some are paying on top of that. And maybe they're paying too much, but if they're hauling. If they're having Robinson haul out 8 units and they have 10 total, they can't keep out 3 of those, do 7 instead of 8. So that, that's gotta be by agreement, we gotta figure out generally what they're using, and they've gotta agree to the split.
Well, like, just say, just use me for example. I wanna buy Robinson, that's my 1 unit, that's what we have, I wanna buy another unit. For ourselves, all to the dump. We gotta be able to have a number that says that.
Well, that's another big thing that I wanna bring up, solve these things. So my solution to some of that kind of scenario is, you have the 145 tax IDs, 415, 419, those kind of things. There's nothing in that 2 and 3 category, so we could create tax IDs, which is solely for dumping.
Well, that's what I was just.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all we
Yeah.
want for it, just don't.
You can buy a unit just to dump them.
We're making it harder than it is.
Yeah.
I mean, we just keep
But
going.
it's-
But that allowed the separation out, right?
Yeah.
So they can use that card even, and it won't even show to the attendant that you have granted or not. You're just using the card, everything flows right through, and you pay for that upfront, and it's good for the year. And with that, if they choose to do that starting January first, is that gonna be prorated? Is that gonna be a half a unit? You know, because you don't wanna charge them a full unit if. You know, that, those kind of things we need to iron out. So,
But the policy is units and then they could use it beyond the year, right?
Because if we start prorating in everything.
Yeah,
Yes, it's a unit.
a unit that's,
well, then it ends at the end of the year,
Mhm.
And it's physical here.
oh,
which is July first.
Right.
I don't know that the policy says that though.
But these are questions that have come up.
Yeah.
The policy doesn't say that it ends.
Cause, you know, I wish there was a lot more people that came to me, you know, and could be this, you know, voice.
You're talking about someone buys their own 2,000 units on their own. And they get a separate card.
Yeah.
The policy that I don't think says that ends at the end of the fiscal year.
But why would they have to buy one if they want to keep one? And couldn't you, if they want to keep one, do 3 units on that person, then they're keeping 1 unit on your card?
Just
Yeah.
depends on what they're actually dumping through Robinson. Yeah, if they're only dumping 3 units,
So,
yeah.
so that's, to tag off that solution is, so this person with 2 trailers, you know, one's picked up and one's not. This other person can be issued, you know, if they have 2 dump units.
Yeah.
A separate card. So they can, so there wouldn't be any money transferred or anything like that, there'd be, the person wouldn't forfeit 2, you know, which is the question, when they're only using 1. Right, so an additional card can be issued, you know, that's separate from all that. And it go under the same rules of 2,000 pounds that a normal customer would have. So,
If they get a unit, they get 2,000, then it should come up on, you know, and then they're using a separate color, so it gets it in there, that's it.
Well, just like the
Get another. Or over.
apartment people down here, they got 4 units. Some of them haul straight with it, dump themselves, they should get that card, and Robinson should get 2 units. Or 3 units, and the other people that haul should get the 1 unit, just that simple.
But then there's one place where the owner of the
Apartment.
will not give his units.
And then he have to go buy his own. if they want.
So the guys would have to go buy their own.
And they get it.
and one of them did,
Yeah,
and she had that issue, through the stats. She came to me, I need to dump my trash, he won't let me use the card, and I'm not doing granite disposal, can I buy a unit? I said, yes, so I set up a 300 series number for
Yeah.
her, and she's dumping right now, and she's.
Yeah, that's slick.
And at the end of the year.
So that
it's
solves
just
that issue.
Same as when we check everybody, what they're at, you know, when it comes into the year, they gotta start over, they gotta get, you know, your new.
So the someone that buys a unit separately, that only lasts, that's for the fiscal year?
It should be, yeah.
Everything's fiscal year.
Okay,
So,
I think we need to clarify that in the policy.
Okay, well, here's the thing, why couldn't it be the 2,000 pounds? When they get 2,000 pounds, then, because what if they don't use 2,000 pounds and they paid for 2,000?
They're saying it's lost if they don't use it in that fiscal year.
well, so that's the way it is for all.
Everybody, yeah,
Yeah.
right,
You
Yeah.
lose it.
because I
That way
didn't
we
use
stay on
2,000
the
pounds.
same thing, everything, everybody's on it, and if they
Yeah.
come in and buy one, and that's
Yeah,
up to them.
It doesn't, so you're saying they don't, yeah, it does not
We can't
it
start
does not
prorating and then-
accumulate.
Yeah,
So, let me just finalize something, somebody has 4 units. There's only 1 pickup, but the other 3 don't wanna be absorbed. They can come in and say, hey, I want a dump card because, you know, that scenario. I can look it up and say, oh, you do have 4 units and there's 1 being used, I can issue a card. And that will free up, you know, them to use the dump as they go, you know, to have a 2,000 lift on that dump here.
that is if the owner allows them, or if they own it,
Has to be something.
Yeah.
The land,
the landowner lets them.
Well, that's true, but
Yeah.
I'm talking about the guys who came to me from Drummond, they've got that trailer thing, scenario where there's 2 units.
Yeah.
One of them should be free to go to the dump regardless, without being charged. He can come to me and I'll issue a different card, and then that would free up that.
Yeah, I mean, this is things that
Yeah.
you're seeing. What is everybody else complaining about?
They just don't understand. And Robinson never really explains it.
Well, that's the issue,
Yeah.
is it's not Granite County. I think we put out everything. It's,
The one scenario I can
Vendor.
see some people being upset for, the people are like part-timers and they only use they only use Robinson part of the year. But they're giving up all the units, but that's, it's again, that's, like Paul said, they're considering the use of Robinson, they don't have, they don't have to consent up things to it themselves.
Robinson's not just gonna take a half a unit.
Or he could, or Robinson could set it up differently for those folks. He talked about just buying units and having them not be part of the cooperative. Has he done that or?
Well, he suggested something I think is a great idea for people that are low volume, but they still want to go down. He could buy 10 units and let his customers know that those unit card numbers. And then as they roll in, they can use that card number and then we can see when that expires and use the next card. So they never have to, worry about paying.
Or
Robinson
yeah.
to pay for that.
Or certain loads of his are just on that extra paid unit. He could do that,
He doesn't pay for anything right now.
but he could buy the 10 units and put all those into one truck and then just use that extra card.
Like I
That makes
said,
it, yeah,
he doesn't pay to them right now.
so,
And it's not for that, it's for the people.
For the
He's
people
talking
and
about
users.
buying 10 units and giving everybody a dump card.
yeah,
And then when they wanna go to the dump themselves, they can use that number until
Look at it as,
Yeah.
20,000 pounds.
nothing, yeah, that's
Fall
consistent.
back on Robinson's at the end of the fiscal year, and if he's over, then he pays over. Yeah.
we'll look at it as a
We're just
gift
going
certificate for the
over.
customers that he has. I'm giving you some gift certificates to go to the dump. And he's paying for it.
That's,
Yeah.
that's reasonable, and he can do it, yeah.
We're gonna have to move on. We're gonna appreciate
I
it.
have, we just real quick, what is the fee when people roll into the dump? It's not,
7 cents.
okay.
20
Per-
cents.
20 cents for out of town, 7 cents.
Policy doesn't, our policy just says 20 cents.
Yeah.
It's
Policy
just
says 20. So we need to change that, 7
But the
cents
intent
for
is-
in town. For
local
local.
landowner.
Yeah.
They have to be a resident or a landowner,
Pay taxes here with
Yeah.
the garbage number 7 cents
alright,
out of town.
I think it's.
I thought we
I
upped
think
it
it's the-
because.
I think it's the-
We upped, contractor or people coming in that don't have it, but we upped that. We Try to be.
But I mean.
So what are we talking about now?
oh, I think,
That's not
I,
fair.
yeah, I think you guys changed it to 20 cents to everything.
Hey,
I think it was changed to 20 cents for everyone,
Yeah, because
yeah,
when Lynn came in, they asked to increase from, what was it? To 20 cents. So everybody has 20 cents.
unless they wanna buy a unit.
Fair. A
That's
unit, if you buy a unit, it
$400.
comes out to under 7 cents a pound. So.
But then you got, then you got, the commission was just wanting them to go buy a unit.
guys, hey.
The commission then was wanting them to go buy a unit then, so. Unless the commission wants to change,
20 cents is like, that's what
Yeah.
I decided for.
yeah,
Yeah, if they didn't want to pay 20 cents, they could buy a unit. This was when did, they come in and change the fees?
August. May or, it was this.
April,
April.
So that just goes right back, we're talking about these contractors are hauling in their 10,000 pounds over their limit. Right. Are you charging them 20 cents a pound?
We'll see, that's another question, is the overages, is that gonna be traded at 20 cents a pound?
Well, if
It
it's.
should be.
Yeah.
It's up-
If
It's
you're
pay as you
off the
go.
scale, it has to be.
yeah,
Currently, we're doing at 6. So,
so it should be, okay, yeah, minimum charge $7.50 pay as you go, but it's 20 cents per pound, pay as you go,
or by unit,
or by unit.
which is what, average is what, 7 cents?
Yeah.
6.75.
So it'd be wiser to pay
Yeah,
if they thought they were gonna be going to the dump.
Yeah, there's a contractor in Drummond that's working on the school. He's up to 5 units now. He keeps buying units. Cause he's dumping. a lot
yeah,
of
that's
stuff.
what they should encourage you to
That's-
do that.
That's what you should do.
Yeah.
That way
Yeah.
there's no overages.
Yeah.
and You're paying at the lowest rate. You pay as you go, and you're saying it's.
So they need to
20 cents.
understand that it's 20 cents or by unit, and if you buy a unit, it's 7 cents. Or 6 point,
Yeah,
So,
that's where you set the policy.
yeah, I think we need to keep it that way. Whether it's fair or isn't fair.
I mean, it just gotta be one way, I mean, it just gotta be one way or the
I'm
other.
giving you.
So, you know what
Well,
I mean, so that.
And it's a
that
good
dump
time
accountants
for
can say,
January, letting people know that's where
They
you're
can
doing
pay
it.
as you go,
Yeah,
20
yeah.
cents, or buy a unit, which averages 6 point
Yeah.
some odd cents, and they need to understand that. If you want to pay as you go, it's 20 cents. If you
Yep.
want a unit, you're gonna.
It's
pay
a no brainer that's coming.
And if they go over, it's 20 cents charge on the amount that they go over their units.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's for everyone, right?
That's
Would-
what we
would-
all signed it.
Yeah,
Would the attendant say that you're over? I mean, say I go in and buy an extra card for 2,000 pounds and I'm over. Will they say, oh, you're over?
there's no way, no.
Okay,
But
Not
I
post
put a
them on the
website
website.
and you can get your last month, year to date total.
okay, Then go on.
You can as
Or
a
call.
tax holder, I can look now, that's not, but I'm saying it's not up to the attendant.
No, that takes too much time.
Yeah.
Is there
We're gonna go ahead and move on, because we got.
Okay, I got one more quick question, so on this solid waste policy, we've got some changes or need to be made. You want to just go over that next time?
What needs to be changed?
Well,
Well, Lane was gonna change that date,
right,
and
oh, and yeah,
Yeah,
so on the one where it says on number 5, you show the,
what page you
it's number 5,
on?
no, on page 4. Where it's the show that people where to dump and what to dump in which bin. Well, some people they complain, like, just say they got a bunch of metal and a bunch of garbage, and they wanna dump it all into the garbage. And not separate it into the metal bin. Do they need to separate it into the metal bin or just let them dump it all in?
No, I think they need to separate it, and wouldn't they know, because you don't have to pay for that.
I know, but some people just would rather pay for it and not separate it. So is it mandatory to separate it or not?
I would think,
it's up to you guys. It's,
I mean,
I
it's
think if they're paying
recyclable stuff,
for it,
and it's weight
it's
that
a
they don't.
judgment call, because you can go in there with, and I've done, with a little bit of metal. And. You know.
At that point, you're weighing it, so
Huh?
yeah,
at that point, you're weighing it, so
Mhm.
you gotta pay it anyway.
Right.
It's the guy throwing out the garbage.
Yeah.
Right.
If you don't wanna sort it, and you just are comfortable paying it,
so let them decide. They're paying for it.
that's my opinion.
it would be easier, otherwise you're gonna have to take mess, we're gonna be done, trying to sort it out.
Which
Yeah.
paragraph you talking about, man?
It's,
The very top one there.
Okay,
On the other hand, if somebody came in with something real heavy.
You're gonna say, hey, let me
You'd
go
want
to
to put
the
it in
metal.
the metal, I mean, that's just common sense.
yeah.
Yeah,
But I don't know that direct them, they could say, are you saying they direct them to go do metal over there, then they're
And
telling
they
them
take
what they're
it
doing.
constant. And they go down there.
well, I know with, like, personally, I'd say, I got some metal, and she would, and then I'd just go dump it and then come back around and wait.
Yeah, I don't know that direct is mandating, I think it's just telling them that's where
it's
prefer we,
kinda up to them.
direction, that's a drive, but they can, yeah, they can do it on their own.
Most time they can see what they have, so. they
Yeah.
can-
Paul, do you think that, do you think that maybe they should have a sign up? To understand?
Oh, they understand. It's just simply,
They don't want to.
they don't have to do it if they don't wanna do it. And do we wanna make it mandatory? And I don't see how you can make it mandatory. If they're crossing the scale at 20 cents a pound, and they wanna throw an engine block in a garbage can,
That's a deal.
Yeah.
that'd be up to them.
Well, I know that I've weighed.
Doesn't make
it
any
and
sense, I'm
caught
not saying it
stuff
makes
in
any
it.
sense.
Yeah.
Got stuff in
Yeah, you paid for it.
I didn't have very much, but
They
I
still
still
gotta come
cost
back
it
to
to make.
tell our fee if they don't wanna sort it out and not be charged for it, and that's their deal.
So far, not.
So I think direct language is fine. They're given direction to do that, but it's ultimately their decision.
So, whatever you want then, okay. And then on the, where you're looking at the site inspections of the incoming waste and screen waste for proper disposal. You got that, then right on the very bottom. The attendants can't open any bags or boxes, so really, that's just a contradiction of the. Don't open anything, but then on the top, it's open it and inspect it, basically is what that says. So I think
We
that,
kinda put that in because of that human cell.
right, I just think that should just be
Where,
strong,
are you still on page 4?
yeah. Or just conduct on-site inspections of incoming waste, and screen waste for proper disposal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So then on the very bottom one. It's attendants should not open bags, boxes, cartons. I just think that top one should be struck off of there. Because they can't,
Yeah, you're actually, you're contradicting yourself.
yeah,
All right, scratch that.
Yeah.
and then the next one is. You weigh them in and you weigh them out and we tell them to buy. We haven't had them come and sign for. Couple, 3 years now. We don't want them to come back in and start signing. taking
No.
it again.
Take up too much time.
Yeah, so we wanna, I think that we should
You
strike
have,
off the signed receipts.
you have their number ready, so.
Yeah.
Do it, so
Yeah.
why would you, I mean, yeah, I know, otherwise they're gonna be in the video.
Yeah,
And if they wanted their ticket, they could sign for it, which I know I go by and I just wave the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Some people request it and we go out there and hand deliver their.
Yeah.
thing, and they have the receipt.
Yeah, sometimes, well, we've had it where person questioned what they done, but ultimately we had our
It
paper
should be
trail.
Weight trash and obtain weight tickets and strike the signed off of us.
All right, what paragraph is that in?
It's right below, it's still on number 5.
Where were you when we were going over this first go round?
I didn't write it.
That's it.
No, one more quick one.
You just said one more.
No, this is it. On the next page, the attendant shall call the Granite County Treasurer's Office during normal courthouse hours and ask for the taxpayer ID number. If they're there and they don't know their number and they can't find it, the dump attendant could give them the treasurer's office number,
Yeah,
let them pull off the scales and go call themselves and figure it out. But that attendant can't be, they can't be liable to do that. Hell, it'll hold up 30 people.
all right, so they'll give the number for the treasurer's office.
And then they can take care of it. Okay.
Well, the attendant can use their last name to find it. That's another way we do it.
But some of them,
But they don't know.
but if they're new and they're not, they'll have it. And that was the last one.
Alrighty, well, thanks, everybody. It's a long journey.
Thanks, Scott. You're welcome.
You want this on the agenda then with those changes?
Yeah.
Second,
Thanks.
got it on there.
And another thing, I'm gonna be gone on vacation. So,
Who's second in command?
Johnny,
Have a good vacation.
yep,
Yeah,
and I'll be in touch with them, with the guys anyway, so
When you leave,
not sure yet. Probably Thursday or Friday,
how long?
till about the 27th or 8th
Of January? I'm just kidding.
of March. All right, you guys have a good trip. Let's keep later.
Thanks.
See ya.
Alright, we'll go into the damn tenders report. That's saying pretty much saying there, 64, 29, 12, 4.56.
Keeping it at 15.
It is the same, or?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, you've just about matched inflows, I think, because you're.
What's the
you're rising a
inflows?
little bit. I don't know, but you're right, you're just about where you were at last week with releasing.
Yeah, we were at
15,
64,
so-
29, 11, 4.68 last week.
So it's, yeah, still temporary modification if you wanna keep it 15, but the agencies are good with that as long as you give them notice.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I see Ben Singer's on, I don't know if he's. wants to
Can
say
send
something.
him
I'm
a-
Sure he wants to up it, cause this time of year is when prices go up.
I can send him a request. real quick. Like,
So what's your motion?
Move to stay the same.
Second it.
Public comment? Being none?
With the option of getting hold of everybody in case something changed. The next 2 weeks is, this were 2 days.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, it was week by week, so you can always get in touch with them.
Ready, Next one is a commissioners meeting on December 26th, discussion decision. That was on it. We're not gonna have a meeting that day. Just want to make sure and let everybody know, or put it out.
I make a motion that commissioners meeting, we are absent on December 26th, 2023.
And I second it.
Public comment? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Did we get a dam report? Is that on there?
Yeah.
It's signed.
Okay, we'll go into that contract with Ace Roofing. You got an update, Blaine, on this, or?
So, that settlement agreement talks about them paying for the remediation and county attorney office. But we're gonna have someone do inspection on the, and planning office, cause there's some leakage, and so we're still working on that. I don't think you wanna agree until we know if there's mold in there or not.
I have a feeling it could take a little while. I had called and talked to the guy who does the inspections in Butte. And
Probably with the holidays, we'll just, let's just,
it may take a couple
We're
weeks.
good for right now, cause there's no snow and ice on the roof, but
alrighty, so we'll just table that for a couple of weeks or something,
Okay.
see what we hear, put it back
Okay.
on Billy.
January 2nd.
Yeah. Okay, so then we're up to the. Catching back up, updated name lane survey form.
So what, some background on this, so. But back in the day, we got in a little trouble, and it wasn't Matt Pierce's fault, it was just the way it was being handled was a little, the naming of lanes. We shouldn't have been getting into whether it's, private or not, I mean, concluding that, because don't want to make any representations. If people come to the county and say this is a private lane, we want it named, the county can say, okay, we'll name it, but we're not giving a legal opinion on whether it's private or not. It's there's so many roads out there, and sometimes they fall through the cracks, public ones.
Hey, Billy, not change the subject, Frank was, just texted me, said there's no. No agenda posted.
There's an agenda posted. Yeah.
He was wondering about
The
it,
website, it's there.
it's on the website. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. So, this cleans up the language a little bit. It doesn't, before it was on, county commission letterhead, just on his. I think the language is good, and that we're not making any, representations on the,
Yes, I agree.
okay.
I make a motion, we accept the updated named lane survey form coming from Maps for residents needing a name for their lane.
I second.
Public comment? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried pass. I guess on that, we just wanna make sure they don't put their signs right on the right of way. If we hit them, then we have to replace them, so we gotta keep them off the way so we don't hit them with the snow plow or mold.
So
You want that in this letter?
I think so. I think we better, otherwise we've done, when people complain that we hit their signs, that they're in the right.
Keep them out of there, out of the county right away.
Are we plowing any lanes?
Well, I'm just saying, though, if we're gonna do this stuff and some of these people, they put them right out there, like they turn in, we hit them, they gotta keep them back off it, so we don't. That's all. That's-
Keep all signage out of your road signage out of the county right away.
that's-
Or do so at your own risk.
Okay,
Do you want that added though to it?
I would, cause we've had them, they should.
All right. But I'd say modify your motion then.
would that be a disclaimer?
More saying if you have any signage in the county right away, that you're assuming the risk on it, that could be damaged by county snowplow.
Cause some of them put up pretty nice stuff, and we hit a few before. They want us to pay.
How would that be worded?
I'll work with Matt Peterson, Linda.
Well, okay, so I amend my motion to add, making sure that your lane sign is in the right of way.
Not
Out of the-
out of the county right away. If you do so, you're doing it so at your own risk.
So
Yeah.
I second.
Public comment, means none, all in favor, motion carried the pass. All right, well, we'll pop back up anyway. Good job on that solid waste stuff. Okay, well, we'll go
Yeah,
ahead
working
and
together.
go into the bid openings for the Honda Pilot. That's that airport car that we run.
got some bids.
Run intermittently, there's some type.
They had to throw it up here.
Oh, okay, so it really.
I did let
The
everyone.
First one from Daniel White, $333.35.
Not 33 cents, not 33 cents.
Yeah, well, I know.
You need these with
Yeah,
it?
you go,
Yeah.
that's the,
Okay, the second bid,
your stapler around here.
Susan Roper. And it is for $501.
Sold.
So Susan Roper will get the car, be the hybrid.
You have the title to sign or Or is it-
I'll bring it, Billy usually will get it.
I can notarize it if you need it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. And then, so I guess, while we're moving ahead, we're moving right on here, the Hall House rental application, we have somebody who wants to rent it. This is gonna, I talked to Blaine a little bit, just, I heard some stuff and. It's, for coast to coast, would like to rent it, but they have a dog. And they're gonna rent the dog to the sheriff's office as a deputy dog, but my personal opinion, we've told other people no. That's just me though, I don't know, it's up to you guys. on that.
I'd make an exception.
Yeah.
Totally up to you guys, I'm not, I just know that I've told people no.
Yeah, with pets, but I can understand this is a service dog.
The equal protection arguments there's not an equal protection argument because it's a different scenario with a trained dog. I guess I think what Commissioner Adler is saying is kind of more of a moral, political doesn't feel comfortable since he told that to others, and that's fine too. I think from a legal perspective, you could, there is.
There's a whole
Yeah.
difference between a recreational dog and
Yeah,
So
a
here's,
professional dog.
I'll let you look this over.
I think with the service dog, it's gonna be more control too anyway.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
This dog does, yeah, highly trained
Lawn sniffing.
and, drive.
Finding people, they are talking about it at the LDPC meeting
Yeah.
too. But Scott, he said he's pretty much taking it as a deputy, but I know we'll make a motion, or whatever, if you wanna accept it, and I just want you to know, I'm just gonna stick with it, cause I told people no, and I'm not, I just don't know if it's. I know the dog's different now, but who's to say this other dog, if this other guy wasn't this kid's dog? I just know what's gonna happen.
Okay, so the only thing with this is, had they said, hey, this is a service dog. The other people asking if that, and we could make an exception, I think in this situation. We can make an exception, and it's a county. Owned by the
Yeah.
county, and they're hiring this dog out to the sheriff's office.
So
I
equal,
just don't wanna get it, I guess it's nothing against them or their dog, I guess.
Yeah.
No, I hear you, I hear
So
you,
I'm staying with what.
I hear you, 'cause I'm
Yeah,
sure you've
yeah,
got.
your political moral issues. The equal protection is you have to treat people in similar circumstances the same. But here, yeah, there is a difference, yeah, with the dog being that, and they're allowing the use of that dog to the sheriff's office for like $1, is it $1 a year? So they're really being, reasonable on their help at the sheriff's office.
I'll make a motion to let deputy dog Odie live at
Odie.
the county house in Hall.
My son's dog's name is Odie.
I'd say you agree to lease the property coast to coast with the exception for the trained dog.
I'll accept that Odie can live with it.
And is it allowed inside the house or are you talking about could be on the property?
I'm sure inside the house. It's,
Both, it's a trained dog,
Yeah,
I think that they would keep control, if they don't, then we can look at it later.
yeah, there's security deposit and
Yeah.
it'd be. up to
no, we
the-
can't say you can't be in the house.
No, okay,
No,
Is
you
it-
gotta go outside.
What's,
I mean, you can't not come in the
yeah.
house.
No, you can get,
what's the term for the lease?
oh, in and out.
What's the term you would like to lease for a 1 year, 6 month? Do you have a
1
term?
year.
1 year?
It's kind of like what the, yeah, so you second it?
I'll second it.
What, I'm sorry.
Comment, sorry.
One thing I was gonna, they're gonna potentially be leasing the one bay in the ambulance shed here in Phillipsburg. And, I just thought of that one as being a month-to-month deal in case you guys needed it, but yeah, but, that's different than, they probably want some security assurances on their rentals.
Let's make this 6 months, cause. You know, they could wanna move up here, if their ambulance can be up here, how's that gonna work out? Are they gonna put the ambulance down there for a while they're there?
I haven't heard,
Oh, I think the problem is they can't find a place.
That,
Yeah, I know.
yeah,
So if they can find a place and they put the ambulance up here, they'd probably wanna move back up here.
Well, then they can move up here in a year.
They can give us a 30-day notice, right? It says.
I think so. I mean, we could always adjust the lease too before you guys officially sign it. I can have it on your December
or
or January 2nd.
Or just saying a month-to-month tenancy, fix it unless they want more assurances than that.
And I can talk to them and find out and then have your lease ready for you
Yeah,
on the 2nd.
And this is so much nicer, this do a year thing.
Trying to find.
That's-
somebody.
That's true
It
too.
was so much nicer than just do a year thing.
Yeah, I think a year.
Okay, and you can
Okay.
do the motion that way, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, any other public comment? All in favor?
no,
Opposed? Motion carried past.
Did we have to make a motion on the lease time?
It's not rolled up, that's very.
You're opposing the But you're saying a year, but opposing.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
What do you wanna do, two separate motions?
I'm not opposing their lease, then I just,
Well, you just felt since you declined others that you shouldn't give the exception, so you are disagreeing with the lease because of that reason. Because you're wanting that rule to be kept in place. The year, you could do a separate motion for the length of time.
Okay, I make a motion that we keep it at a year. For the lease.
second,
No, I'll say,
no, any public comment? All in favor?
Uh,
Aye, motion carried, pass on the lease. Alrighty,
yeah, I don't know how that's gonna work out. Cause they're gonna be living down there.
but they've been coming down that way too, they said, so.
So if they get a call, they gotta run all the way up. So
I think they'll be hanging out up here most of the time, because they're gonna be doing transports, they can be in, there's a office with a kitchen in there, been a while since I've been in there, but.
Yeah, I think currently.
It's set up to,
Yeah, currently their Airbnb is way out by where I live on the 348, and they said that road is much more difficult to get to the ambulance bay than the road on Highway 1.
and they might come back, Chuck, with the thing saying, well, you know, we're trying to, and maybe we can show it to lease, but I think I just throw it out every year first. And then otherwise, you're gonna get short term,
Yeah.
people come and want, say, well, I just need 4 months or 2 months, you
Yeah.
lease it for 6 months, so, you know,
yeah,
you know how, it just rolls and it will be all right.
I think the way they talk, they eventually wanna buy property here and build a home, but that's down the line.
Alrighty.
Let's have a break until Bert gets ready.
Got a few minutes till the next one's a phone call with Burke. We go off for a little
Yeah, you
while.
can take a break.
Person. We're back on now. So in the call. Burke,
Well, yeah, they won't get on till, I think it's at 11. Is when they get on in Jeremiah.
I'll go work on this and bring it down.
Up this here for this. I'll eventually move it up. Yeah. There's the fancy mustard over
Oh,
there.
there is nothing else.
Yeah, we didn't have any little plates though. We had just the really big ones.
Limit the carb, there's no crackers.
I know, they didn't. I know all of our little baskets this year were very small. Everyone must be on a.
Can't
budget.
see.
Oh, yeah, next one.
Right next to them. This could have been lunch. Yeah.
it's like Costco.
What's through? So late markets of Montana?
You go to the game,
Yeah,
did you?
yeah, it was fun. Except for, she never went to overtime, that fourth and 6 with 3 minutes left, and they're trying to block the punt, it's like, all they do is gotta play defense, and they faked the punt and got it. And scored and went in overtime, but, yeah, that should never happen, but, oh well,
Did you go to the game?
yeah, it's fun. You guys watch it? Yeah,
I-
you watch it?
I did part of it.
Yeah, it was good.
It kept freezing up. I don't know why it won't come through.
You're, oh. Oh, it's fun. North Dakota State, I mean, like, they're like, throughout the season, like really improved like the Grizz, so they were good, yeah, they were good.
I didn't think the Grizz would win.
McDowell, when like the first two receivers are covered, he just needs to run because it's open.
Yeah.
You wait too long and you get sacked, but run right away, and you'll get 10 yards a pop.
South Dakota pretty good.
They beat North Dakota State by 2 touchdowns, but then again, North Dakota State's really got, I thought, a lot better. So it's, yeah, the Grizz can win. They just gotta bring their A game. Can't rely upon getting a punt because they're not gonna kick to Bergen. They'll just kick it out, but that'll help them because they'll just kick it, they'll punt out of bounds, so they'll get good field position on that. But I'm gonna try to go, so might not be here on the 9th.
Really?
Well, the game's on the 7th.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. See if tickets right now are like, yeah, a few hundred, but I think you get some through the university potentially if they're not sold out already. Because my season tickets, they have to be part of the athletic association now. They weren't originally part of it, and then 2 years ago said, if you want to get those tickets, you gotta pay to be in
Whole
GSA.
family going or just you?
I invited Bodie and Shauna, see, Frisco, Texas,
Never heard of it before.
the suburb of Dallas. I think the north side of Dallas, but I'm not sure. It's only like 30 miles from the Dallas Fort Worth airport, so it's not too.
You gotta stay like 3 days to get one of the packages.
Yeah, oh, I'm not, those packages are like 2,400 or whatever, so. Yeah, we'd find her. Well, I found flights out of like Spokane direct for like 472 round trip. To go to Spokane, but that would still be a lot. Because they just added a new flight out of Missoula to Dallas, is like 1,400 round trip. They're gouging.
Rumsey Mountain meeting in January.
Yeah, we have to make a decision on that Montana Public Radio thing.
No,
Mhm.
which they should have made a decision
By
by
now.
last week.
So those are the dates to choose from. I did hear back from somebody, the last date that I gave, because I gave 3 different dates to choose from, doesn't work for a couple people. So now it's the first 2 dates to choose from, if there's one you prefer.
The 11th to 5th.
I
I can't see that.
know, it's kind of a little calendar. The 11th is the Thursday, and the 5th is the first Friday.
One PM. Yeah, 5th is fine.
The 5th.
Do I need to respond or are you gonna respond?
I'll make a little note. I told everyone to kind of let me know what their preference is by the end of the week, and then I'm gonna work next Thursday, so I'll come in and put an agenda together.
So. People, guys, anybody up to go on to Midwinter, in Great Falls?
I'm over here next week. I'm like
Next
my
week.
here.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and put my registration in. Simply because if you don't fit it in right away, you can't get to the same place. They snap that up right away and then you have to go somewhere else.
Take the county
Yeah,
traverse. How's it running, by the way? Good.
Hey, yeah, it drove really nice. When I was back
All
from
right, good.
and you,
Bozeman.
you're still thinking,
It'd be a blizzard that day.
that probably will be. Last time there was a blizzard,
It was the
Yeah.
last time you
I
wanted to go.
canceled, but I still had to pay, so I thought, I'll drive it up blizzard, I've driven it.
I think there's snow tires on the Traverse now. Jack and I had to run up to the dam to test the alarms last week, and
They do have snow tires on?
I think so. There's, or maybe not. There's a bunch of tires in the back of it when we had to jump in it last week. Or maybe those are the snow
Because
tires.
if it doesn't have snow tires, I'm taking my car.
Or maybe the snow tires are in the back.
You need to take tires off from the sheds or move them. I haven't seen a bill come through for studded tires.
I think they got them
When it
the
was-
last year.
Oh, they might have got it when they. bought
Yeah.
the car
Yeah, I think they did.
All at once. Hello, would you like? a little
Hey,
computer
there's
card?
a Jackrabbit fan right there.
Yeah, I had to wear this just for you today.
Oh, nice.
But you've been missing.
You gonna go?
Charges
I'm
for
dead.
my cord.
I am dead.
Okay.
Oh, the enemy.
No.
Is your nephew, who is it? Your nephew plays, right?
Yeah,
Alright, what tight end?
yes,
Tight end?
he's, well, and then he's right guard. So he's
Oh, there you
83 and 69.
So he'll be
Wow.
playing in the game.
Nice. They're good. They're really good. The Grizz didn't have a chance up to bring their A game.
Yeah, they'll be bringing it.
Oh,
What's his number?
He's 83 on tight end and 69 on right guard. He
You
plays
could do
both
it all.
positions. And he's the only one on the team that does that.
Todd, he didn't get on.
I don't know how.
No.
Yeah, he's,
Must be a pretty big guy.
yeah, I'll show you a picture of him. It's kind of like one of my favorites. Let's see, where is he? He's in my pocket.
what illegal dumping does it mean?
I get, we're already past that, end of.
There he is on 69. He's like,
He is a big boy.
yeah. I know Gina Bale texted me the other night. She says, see your nephew.
People are, I know
He's
people
a-
dump stuff in his dumpster.
He's at 320. He's like,
This is
320?
in a long place there. so-
Three.
That number he's have there.
But
He's
he
at
has,
69.
he has garbage cans
So
out,
he
so.
starts at
oh,
83.
Yeah,
That's- if you
Well, how's
don't
it
have
change?
one there,
yeah, then don't do
the
it.
other players rip off his,
Yeah, I don't know.
never
what
see
you're
put it
talking
on his other one.
just keeping it
On,
clean around.
on the sideline. So
So he's tight end on offense.
he plays both offense and then right guard on with offense.
Whatever they need him, he does, huh?
He's a 605 hog.
6'5", 300.
Huh?
How much does he weigh?
I think he's at the 320
Wow,
and he's like 6.
they have a good running game. Well, Albany didn't show up, it was like 59 to nothing.
Well, you know what though? Oh.
Oh, no,
But they had a better game against Idaho the week before.
yeah, but
Yes.
they're just,
We
yeah,
7-0-0-2.
South Dakota State has such a good running game.
That's the
yeah.
conference line is 7002.
Well, and their defense was amazing.
If you
Um,
over your registration, give them 7023. That way if they
Yeah, I
call, they
forgot they
can
were
leave a
playing.
message.
okay.
Mhm.
His roommate is 60, Mason McCormick, will probably go pro.
Yeah,
And there's quite a story about that Isaiah Davis. He, his mother was a drug addict and he had left, or, you know, he went foster home, foster home, foster home. And then he finally ended up in Kearney, Nebraska for school and then ended up living with one of his football teammates and moved in with their family.
okay,
But him and his mom have reconnected throughout the years, but yeah.
that's good.
Yeah, so it's quite a story.
Like Marius Thomas, who
Yeah,
his wife was, or his mom was in prison.
yes.
69 and
83,
83.
Be cheering
I was
for.
watching.
yeah.
Watch the Jackrabbits. Rachel just texted me and I went and picked this up at the,
Oh, good.
no,
Oh, it's not good? They denied it?
they
Oh,
denied it.
wow.
So.
Ah, they're ridiculous.
I don't, we'll have a talk about.
You
this
must
later.
score 15 points.
So, anyhow, just a little ripple in the road today.
That's,
Well. is it-
all right, so there's some things you can do. But
Well,
yeah, that's.
There's some things we'll talk about.
All right, well, I'm going upstairs.
Want to hang out for this?
Are we not, we're not being recorded, but. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if Scott doesn't
No.
go, should I just say yes as a voting delegate?
Yeah, I would.
How long?
You want private person.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
You guys want a Mako directory?
Yeah.
So. I mean. We need to order them for the offices too.
I feel like they usually send them, don't they?
Well, they're asking how many, so I just put 3 and let them.
Figure it out.
Who did the cheese board?
That came from KLJ.
Well, as I said, there's trees everywhere, I get nothing.
Billy would want one.
What do we want?
As long as there's one in
Mako
here,
Directory,
yeah,
okay, I'll just.
yeah, KLJ sent
So
that,
that's
so I
next year,
cut
they're
it up.
25
She can
piece.
come to independent.
They don't just send them to us for being members.
That's when you.
Yeah, we used to get them free,
I feel like they
money, money,
Just
money, money,
send a
money.
box. No?
Yeah, 25, that's a lot.
Talk about that,
So do we want 3?
because it's not an item. I just got this from her today, she called me and I went over to the notes. Reloading.
Missing information.
I brought those phones.
Okay,
So can I print from this? Or do I have to send it to you to print?
I don't know if your computer is set up to my printer. You can send it to me though and I'll print it.
I know.
Oops, now I have 2.
It's okay.
Something about me, I don't know, but bitch today.
I'm getting a little bit.
Been not looking pretty good today.
Happy holiday.
Oh, thanks.
So, I don't, they're, we'll talk. And I haven't had time to read through this, I just read it as I was coming through town. That's the. Yeah, my poor computer after doing that Zoom meeting yesterday, it was dead.
I was thinking you were probably missing your charger.
Did you ever get that DOT number from that red truck? Did they?
No, it worked up with the truck.
Oh, that's sufficient.
I did that, I don't know why I just saw.
Cause John Rasmus had called me and so did. um, Jeff Gates was the duty officer that night. He's from Roundup, he called me that night, wanted to know if I had it. And, it was a deadbeat. And so I called Highway Patrol. I called down here and then I had called Highway Patrol and no one had it. I'm sure it just. Everything went up in flames so quickly.
You can get that, good country. Good bikes, they only have the trunk and then that. So you can get it, so, 600. With the whole baby, so.
I should run down there tonight. I should have had you grab me one yesterday, but I was in the middle of that.
Yeah, but ones, and then they were a couple of them were the game ones. And she's that. Yeah.
I love the Emmys.
Well, I thought it was not fancy. But it looked really good.
So did you get one? You take it with you?
And sending it to you.
Alright. Stop it.
This fall off.
I went to the store this morning. to
Oh.
get ham.
Yeah.
You don't get a cut card.
No. I know, mine are, I have Deb's and I have Rachel, I'm gonna pick Rachel's up, and she can have it.
Hi, morning. How are you this morning?
Oh, it's been a great morning.
A great morning. That's good.
Your sarcasm's palpable.
Not that kind of great.
Billy and I are taking vacation next week.
So is Paul, everything, so everybody is. I'll be here Thursday though.
I'll take the Peters home.
Okay.
I have so.
I think I'll be available intermittently. I think I have a couple random things.
I still have October, November, and December. August.
There you are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Todd Tickler sent me a attachment. About dumping, he wants to know if the county has with the changes in the solid waste, have the commissioner thought about fine for illegal dumping of trash? I have no idea the present laws, rules, blah, blah. They have since instituted a fine of $250 if you dump into one of his garbage cans, we don't, I guess. Never heard of that.
Would that be a city ordinance? Cause these are within the city
And it
limits.
says on his garbage can, $250 fine for unauthorized use. Well, he don't have no cans of, we don't have cans like that.
Does he have like, probably has dumpsters for his,
He just
For
says,
his
Got the work
business?
dumpsters at the.
yeah.
yeah, just some little ones.
Would that be a,
No, he's got that big one around the corner.
Big spot. He'd have to throw it up and over that gate.
would that be a city ordinance? Yeah, or would that be
But
your own?
county, no county dumping, so if we're taking stuff from some other people that don't pay the $2,000.
Oh, I thought he meant for people dumping in his dumpster.
That's what he said.
Well, I think people clean out their cars and throw them in their little dump, the garbage cans out by his.
That's what they're for, I do it.
There's
I
a
mean,
dump, there's a dead dog in there.
Oh my God.
it's. Lady man.
Bit much.
He can get on it, if he wants.
Well, yeah, you think about that, he collects a lot of garbage from travelers, but that's.
Well, then that way, he might wanna buy another unit. You can't tell.
He might. He just might. Some days there's not enough for us, Pam, in the world.
No, I'm not. It's not, you can't get it out.
I have 1.5. I'm saving. You're not getting them. Well, we're waiting for whatever, 11.
Corinne,
Waiting for them to, they're all supposed to be joining via Zoom.
we're on. but basically, Yeah,
These are my great ones. How do you guys get spoiled up here by snacks?
We got a small bag of the caramels from Mako. The clerk and recorder's office got the big one.
Great West gave us a little brother candy.
I know. Usually they give us a huge
They give
basket.
cheap ones. They have to raise them, to give us a little candy.
Justin told me that's what and so those caramels are from the Sweet Palace, and he said that's what they gave to all their clients this year.
Well, I didn't know that.
Supporting
What you're
Phillips.
complaining.
Is Jeremiah gonna be on there today?
As far as I know, it better be. Unless you're,
I did nothing. You babies. Big babies. I know, it. Anaconda. They got, during COVID, businesses and individuals were bringing them cookies and all kinds of stuff during COVID because they were working so hard.
What's that? Nothing,
I got nothing.
Talking
Well, I'm
about-
talking about you guys getting all these treats and I get nothing.
you get nothing,
Nobody brings me treats.
have a cookie.
Kahlua yesterday.
I did get Kahlua yesterday.
Blanche made the
I need those cookies, have a cookie.
I will have one.
cookie.
But I got homemade Kahlua yesterday, but that wasn't because of work. It's because I have one friend.
Nummy, homemade Kahlua.
I like homemade egg.
You like what?
Homemade egg, no,
I like eggnog,
mix it a little bit.
yeah.
It's good.
Tom and Jerry
Yeah.
mix. Nummy.
Hmm.
All those raw eggs,
I'm just drinking my whiskey straight.
whipping them up. You're not supposed to eat raw eggs, and they just raw eggs, whip them up, and then you eat it. You're supposed to eat
Eat
it.
right, they're good for you.
But doesn't the heat, the hot water cook the eggs? Kill the,
Oh,
is that what the purpose of the hot water in there is?
Oh, we have Jeremiah on.
Who's on?
Jeremiah.
I don't know why I couldn't get on there yesterday. It kept saying air.
I don't know.
Billy does that kind of stuff. 'Cause
I
I try to get on and I try constantly, I just get that urine hair.
Oh, no, no, no,
You guys are not meeting next week, are you?
no.
No, no, yeah. Kit Kat break.
Huh?
Kit Kat break.
And there's Green.
Right after the first year, Chapel Bear, Paul wanted me to bring it up, but I don't know why he didn't say it, but you wanna know if we're gonna, take any bids for trucking and that.
Yeah, I've been thinking about
I told him, so we can take them, I didn't say we're using them.
I think we have
You
to
gotta put
be
it on the
upfront,
agenda.
it. We have to what?
upfront. Upfront with him.
Oh, now, but I mean, we'll put it on the.
Can't avoid it.
He just called now. No, there's great.
And both Jeremiah and Green both have
We have a-
copies, so they can, you can undo.
Video for this, or you can just. talk, or
I printed out,
throw it away?
the email Ross Money sent me that was in your correspondence.
This one?
Yep, that touches on the items you wanted to go over.
Alrighty. So, is everybody on? Nope,
Yep, I'm here, Commissioners. This is Jeremiah.
okay.
Hi Jeremiah,
Kareem, are you on?
Kareem, hey Kareem. He's there.
But we cannot hear him.
We're still waiting on him, Jeremiah.
How's that? That better?
Yeah, there you go.
Alrighty. Okay,
Morning, how are ya?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much. How are you guys? How's everyone doing this morning?
Alrighty. So.
All right.
Just jump right into this and go to the, where you're saying tracking several overdue submittals.
Sure.
Thanks.
So just so everyone's kind of aware, we do internally track everything on my level. So in terms of the project engineers, we do keep track of all submittals and correspondence with our licensees specifically. Just so we're kind of on top of what's going on. We don't miss anything, especially if there's any critical items or investigations that are going on, or construction or something like that are going on at an individual project. We try to do our best to keep on top of those as much as possible. like everybody else, we're busy, so things will slip through the cracks. But for the most part, we do our best to kind of keep on track and keep things moving. We do ask that our licensees, we have that annual reminder responsibilities in terms of what we ask our licensees to do in terms of keeping up to date with their submittal schedules also. So what we do internally, we track everything. Again, we track everything to make sure that you're submitting things on a timely basis, so nothing is getting missed, and so that if investigations need to happen on a specific project due to any safety concerns or dam safety concerns, that they are being addressed in a timely manner. So what I tried to do is we have kind of an internal, kind of a unwritten grace period for a lot of submittals, just because of the number of things that are going on, especially if they're not a major concern or a major dam safety issue. So we do typically will, we ask for, say, like one thing was due in May and we didn't get a response right away. So I wasn't too worried about it because we kind of already talked about it informally at one point in time. But then, as we get further away from those due dates, it's really important that we stay in communication to keep each other informed, so that you as a licensee keep the commission informed of what's going on, to make sure things aren't just falling off the cliff and not getting addressed. Because once that starts happening, it gets into a compliance issue, and then we would have to forward that to our compliance department for them to start addressing, and we don't want to get to that point. So it's really important, as a reminder, just to keep on top of things, keep us informed, keep me informed informally. If hey, something's going on, we need a delay, let me know, and then we'll decide, and then I'll let the regional engineer know, and then the regional engineer will make a decision whether or not we need to make a formal submittal for an extension of time request. So the EOTs are so extension of time requests are something where if you, for some unforeseen reason, something needs to get pushed out. For example, say you're working on getting somebody under contract to do something for you as commissioners, and it's just taking a little longer than expected. It's not unreasonable to submit an extension of time request to us to ask that we to see if we can push the schedule out. Sometimes, depending on what it is, it's not too difficult for us to say yes or no. But every once in a while, there are instances where we will say no because of past requests. And I think that's happened on this project a couple of times, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to go back and look at the correspondence. Big story, big picture. Just keep us informed, keep me informed what's going on. It's kind of what I wanted to touch on initially in this conversation before we start jumping too deep into the weeds on some of the correspondence that are past due. But in general, just keep me as a project engineer informed, keep the regional engineer informed if there's something really major that's going on that needs to be scheduled further out. It just helps us keep track of what's going on. It helps make sure you guys don't fall into the non-compliance zone, which you're not there yet. You're not there, so just be clear about that. You're not in a non-compliance zone, but if things start to get too far out, it starts to slip into that zone. We want to make sure you don't get down in there unless it's really egregious. So with that, any questions about that before we kind of jump into some of the other stuff? Comments you want to share?
No, just trying to keep up on everything. It seems like a
Yep.
lot more keeps coming in.
I sympathize because at times my email's a mess with the number of things that are coming in. There's a lot to keep track of. So one of the things I wanted to talk with the commissioners about today is if it's helpful to have, say, a quarterly conversation with me about open items, whether they be submittals that are due to us or issuances that we are currently reviewing. I am open to that, so I'm willing to do a quarterly conversation, say, once a quarter in 2024, starting in February to start that process. of next year where we would just have a conversation, just talk about what's going on. It doesn't have to be that long a conversation. It can be a 15-minute conversation, it can be an hour conversation, so whatever you want. But I'm more than willing to do that to help keep things moving forward and keep things on track if that's something that you're interested in.
Yeah, I think that'd be awesome, cause then that way we can kind of keep, instead of waiting till the last damn minute, and then we're trying to figure out what we're gonna do and how to pay for everything. This way we kind of
Yeah,
make a plan before we get started.
I agree.
So question, why haven't we been able to get these reports in? We've been notified timely or what? Why aren't they?
What was the deal with these reports, Jeremiah? You help us out here, just the ones they're saying overdue. Hey, Kareem, why are you saying, I can't get a hold of Jeremiah, what, you're saying these are overdue?
Oh, wait, here, Jeremiah, he was a co-host and now he's not. I
I don't know what's going on with the computer.
there we go. Sorry, Jeremiah, now you should be able to unmute.
Okay, now I couldn't unmute myself.
Sorry.
There's, I think we'll go into each one, but there's a lot of things that have been done that just we haven't responded back to. Or we have things ready to go. So I think it's just, we just need to get things submitted.
Oh, okay.
And I think some of it, like regarding the EAP, I know that Billy and I have discussed updating that, but we really haven't put a plan on exactly when that needed to be updated. So we can put a plan together and submit a date. We've already been coordinating on kind of some of those efforts. So I think, yeah, it's just a matter of getting some responses back is all.
Okay.
And that's why I'm hopeful that that's why I'm open to doing a quarterly discussion, because we all have pretty busy schedules and things will slip through the cracks, and it's just sometimes you just need a little bit of a reminder of what's due, at what's coming up and what's due. So I'll send out a schedule. I'll send it to Billy Ann, copy the commissioners, obviously, and Jeremiah too, in terms of what I think would be a reasonable quarterly conversation schedule. And y'all can get back to me, let me know if that works, and then I can send out Teams meeting invites, or we can do it through Zoom, whichever works for the commissioners. Any questions about that or comments before we move on?
No, I think that'll work good.
Okay, great. So in terms of the items that I have listed as overdue, I don't want to get too down deep into it. It sounds like you already have some responses ready to be sent in to us sent into the to the FERC. So if there's, I listed things in this email specifically just because I wanted to reiterate the things that are really grossly overdue in terms of the things that we're looking for, because they were due either much earlier this year or they have some significance for things we're going to be looking at going into next year. So, for example, the EAP status report, I think it was I feel like that one there aren't a lot of things in there that we needed. But if there were something you want to discuss, you want to let me know ahead of time before that gets submitted. I mean, this is a good opportunity to do that if you would like to do that. But in general, I feel like, it's just a response like, hey, like, what's the status of this? If you say to me, we have a draft, we have something we're working on internally, and it's going to come to the commission shortly. That's not an unreasonable response. But what I would like to know is if there's anything that I need to be aware of that may be delayed even further out. So maybe past the end of this year, just let me know. Now's a good time to kind of let me know so I can let the regional engineer know. We can discuss that internally if we need to get back to you about actually submitting an EOT. Now's a good time to kind of let me know about that.
So this is Blanche, just to,
Sure.
help me understand a little better, are you saying that in this email, you have a note that the EAP status report due date 5/15/2023, and in this note, D2 SI Pro, so you
Mhm.
submitted a letter to us on March 14th, 2023 to have this report update?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct, Blanche. So what we do, our letter was issued on the 14th of March. Within that letter, we asked for a 60-day response. So within those 60 days, by that end of the 60-day time frame, our expectation is that you'd either submit a plan and schedule to address our comments above, or to submit a revised plan. So, within 60 days, I think that was May 15th is when we were expecting a response on that one.
Okay, one more
That-
question
that-
to Jeremiah.
Sure.
Yeah.
So does this mean, Jeremiah, that we got this letter and we just failed to get this report in?
Well, no, this letter specifically addresses updates to the EAP. And it says, we basically need to please edit and add content to match the EAP outline in your next EAP update. So Billy Ann and I have been coordinating about her and Jackie taking the lead on the EAP update. The only thing we didn't solidify is a plan and schedule on when that's actually going to be updated. Now Billy Ann and Jackie have completed the EAP status report. I actually have that now to review. And so the EAP status report will be submitted. We just need a plan to update the EAP to address some various outstanding items like the time sensitive EAP, phone numbers, call down tables and things like that need updated. So it's a point where we need to do some EAP updates, and you folks are going to kind of lead those efforts on that. So all we need is a response, Blanche, to, and Billy Ann and I have been talking. I mean, I think we were looking at maybe shooting for next June, because we also need, in one of the other letters, some EAP training for county personnel. And so we were looking at maybe shooting for a June 1 or something of that nature, timeline for submitting.
That sounds good.
And that would be, I think it's minor enough that the county could lead those efforts, and I can just review as needed. I don't need to lead on doing the update.
They're nodding their heads. Okay.
Yeah, we are. Jackie and I have been working on other parts of getting in and updating the EAP and because you sent us the Word version, so we've been in there.
Right, and we completed them with the LEPC meeting on Thursday, and so I just need to
Oh, yeah.
get
flow
them
charts.
put into the Word document, but everything has been, all contacts are made and numbers are checked.
Oh, yeah, for our status report. Yeah, and Jeremiah is just reviewing that now, so
Yeah.
we should be ready to e-file that here shortly.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that. And again, with any letter that comes through our office as an issuance, if there's ever a question about schedule or timing or contents of the letter, as the assigned project engineer, I'm available to answer any questions that you might have. So don't hesitate to reach out. I'll do the best I can to address any questions that come up from any letters that come out from our office to the commissioners. So that one, moving on. So then the other outstanding letter at the moment is the ODSP corrective action plan and schedule. That letter was issued on April 26th, 2023. And again, there was a request for a 60-day response. So we were hoping to get a response by end of June of this year. And so with that one, is any little bit of update you can provide to me on that one in terms of what the commission's current status on addressing that would be helpful.
I can jump in there. So there's kind of a few elements to that one. The dam tender training. So we actually did 2 trainings. We did one earlier in the year with the new dam tender, but we weren't able to get out on site. So it was more just a document review and understanding of the dam. And then we actually finally were able to get that arranged with the dam tender. So that just happened a week ago, I think it was. So we finally got that dam tender on-site training completed.
Okay.
And so we can respond back to that. And then we were kind of waiting on that. That there's another component on there, doing the ODSP update with the DSSMR. So we've got all the revisions made to the DSSMR. We were just waiting for that dam tender training, so that can be submitted as well. So that kind of takes care of those elements. So it's just been completed. The commissioners did sign a task order with Great West to update or develop an operation and maintenance manual. So we're working on that right now. And then let's see, table 2 regarding emergency action plan training. And so that's kind of where we had talked about already, but once the EAP update is completed, there needs to be a county, I guess more of an informal training on how to use the EAP with county personnel.
Okay. All right, I appreciate the update on that one also. When you respond, would be helpful for me and for us as the FERC commission is when the county responds to any of these letters, just please include the date of our letter in your letter. It seems like a trivial thing, but it's extremely helpful in us tracking. If say the project gets handed off to some other project engineer, it also helps some of our administrative staff when they're tracking tracking submittals from licensees. If there is a date of the letter we sent out included in your letter. So for example, for the ODSP letter, when you respond to this one, just make sure it'd be extremely helpful for us if you include the date of our original letter. So the April 26, 20, in response to your April 26, 2023 letter, here is our blah, 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 whatever it is. That's extremely helpful for us. So if you can do that going forward, it'd be greatly appreciated. It's definitely not required. It's not a requirement. It's not nowhere. It's not codified in the rules anywhere, but it just helps us with tracking so we can keep things kind of organized.
Okay. Yep. We can do that.
Okay. I know. I really appreciate that. I have other projects where they just say, oh yeah, respond to your letter, and they don't say what letter it was, and it's very difficult to figure out what they're talking about. So that would be extremely helpful. So thank you. I did see there was a submittal recently for in responding to the inspection. So the DSI inspection that happened in earlier this year in July. I saw that there was a response e-filed recently. I haven't looked at it yet, but because I saw there is a response, I'm not going to go into this one. I don't think we need to spend time on it at the moment. And if I have any questions, I will definitely reach back out to the commissioners and to Jeremiah and kind of ask, just the follow-up questions if there's anything I need to follow up on.
Okay.
So
I guess the only thing to add is those items were complete. So that's what the response letter is. The county.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes my life easy. So thank you. Yeah. Okay. I'll look at the letter. If I have any follow-up questions, I will be in contact for that one. The last one on my list for these items is an August 30th, 2023 letter from us, or from FERC. Plan and schedule for revised 2022 DSMR DSSMP. So I believe, I don't know, we asked for that.
You had, we had submitted the DSSMR in
Okay,
March, and then you had additional comments. So
Mhm.
we made those changes in a plan of October 1st, but one of the elements we needed to include was conducting the dam tender training as well on site.
yes,
Happened.
okay,
Because that just happened, I've got all the other elements completed on the DSSMR and DSSMP,
Mhm.
so we can get those submitted as well.
all right, that's appreciated, okay. Yeah, so in the future, if, say, something is gonna take a little longer and you're coming up on the submittal date that we have in our letter, say within 60 days of a letter, and for whatever reason something's going to be pushed out, you can it's appropriate to let us know that you may need to extend out a response to us versus not responding at all, or holding off on responding. I'd rather get an email that says, hey, just FYI, we may need to extend a date on this. Do we need to submit an EOT, extension of time request, versus not hearing anything? Because if we don't hear anything, that's when I start getting emails from internal management about what the status of certain things are. So I understand the new dam tender came on recently, and that you're getting that person up to speed, and the training was going to happen this year at some point in time. The exact dates weren't really well known yet, or known definitively, but just let us know. Keep me informed, especially if a due date's coming up pretty quickly, and you're not sure something's going to be completed. Just let us know, and then we can decide. I can be in contact with the regional engineer to get a decision on whether or not we need to have a formal filing submitted asking for extension of time.
Okay, yep, no, we'll do that in the future.
Okay. Yeah, it just keeps management happy, keeps me happy. It keeps the commission off out of my emails, and which I appreciate. So yeah, anything you can do to kind of keep us informed on status, what's going on. If you can send an informal email, and then if we need something more formally, we'll definitely request that. So that's all I had on my initial list, because these were the items I felt like were hanging out there for a while that I wanted to get a sense of. It sounds like there are some responses in the works and that we should see them hopefully soon. If that's not the case, they're not going to be soon meaning sometime within the next 2 weeks. If that's not going to be the case, just let me know as soon as possible so that I can let others know, so we can then update our expectations for submittals.
Commissioners, are you guys meeting next Tuesday?
They're not, so their next meeting will be January 2nd. Is that gonna work for submittals if I get signatures for that and then send them back to Jeremiah for e-file, Kareem?
Yes, holidays are around the corners. We understand there's a number of people are going to be out of the office. It's going to be the same way at the commission. We're going to have a lot of people out. So if you can get something back to me, you can keep us informed on your status and have responses after the new year. I would be appropriate.
Yeah, we should be able to e-file them right after the commission meeting on the 2nd. So that week
Okay.
or this week in January, we'll get everything.
That's perfect. That'll work out perfectly. Yeah, I said 2 weeks, but I forgot. We got all the holidays coming up. I'm gonna be out for a bit. Others are gonna be out for a bit. So taking time with family and friends or whoever else. So yeah, after the 2nd, that sometime that week would be more than appropriate and appreciated.
Okay.
Anything else?
One other item not on the list. Yes, there is one more thing. So The commission responded to, the DSHA, so that there's a the seismic hazard report, evaluation. So I understand there is a consultant under contract to do that work. We have provided our comments back to the Granite County commissioners in terms of what our expectations are. I haven't seen any questions on that come back from the commissioner, from Granite County commissioners as of yet. So that means so we assume that means everything is moving forward. If that is not the case, I don't need a response today. But if that's not the case, just let us know as soon as possible if there's any questions about our response, any questions about our expectations. If your consultant has any questions before they finalize the report and they want to have a meeting with us as at the FERC, we are open to that. The idea again is to make sure that we minimize the number of back and forth on that one as much as possible, and be able to do our best to address any open questions that they may have as they are progressing to get that completed. So with that, if there's any questions about that one. So I know that's something I think, Jeremiah, you would asking me about when we're going to get back to you, and I think we got back to you within about a week or so.
Yep. Yeah, you did. And I shared that with the consultants and let them know that we can arrange for a meeting if needed, or we can request clarifying if they have any additional questions that need clarifying. And
Yep.
I've not heard any response. They acknowledge they have received it, and they're still on schedule. So as
Okay.
I'm aware, they're continuing to progress along, and there's no concerns.
Okay, great. If that changes, let us know. We'll do our best to get everybody organized on a conference call or Teams meetings, Zoom, whatever we need to do to try and address any questions before that report gets submitted. The idea is to minimize the back and forth on that revised report if we can do that. I think that'll make everybody's life a little easier.
Yep.
Okay, anything else, or we pretty much got everything figured out?
On my end, yes. If you guys have any questions for me, I'm happy to try to answer them or do my best to not dodge them too much at this moment in time. So if you have a question, let me know. I'm open to answering any questions you have from at the moment.
No, I don't have one. Is there any public comment?
So Elena just sent me an email and she said she sees the date of this email as November 30th. Didn't we get it?
Yeah, it was in your correspondence.
Yeah.
Mhm. I printed this from my email for the
Okay,
meeting.
so when we received it, we stated it and we stamped it.
Yeah.
And I
I
told him,
wonder if we probably should have used the one
That
that was
copy.
stamped because she didn't see a stamp on the,
yeah,
okay, so this is for Elena. Yes, we did receive it. We did read it and it was stamped.
That's why we're doing it.
Yeah, that's why it's on the agenda today from this.
So there, we answered your question. Any other public comment? All right, being none, thank you guys and have a good Christmas. Appreciate everything.
Yes. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy
Christmas.
holidays and Happy New Year to you. And I appreciate your time. I appreciate everybody's time. And again, any questions that you have for the commission, please do not hesitate to reach out to myself. I will do the best I can to get those answered for you.
Good.
All right, take care, commissioners. Merry
Thanks.
Christmas.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right, bye.
Comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, did he ask for our response immediately or did we kind of slip through the cracks?
We're gonna respond in January.
I mean, for these,
oh, it sounds like we were waiting on our dam tender training for most of those and we were waiting to coordinate the on-site dam tender training to finish the response for most of those items.
So we didn't respond to him telling him this. We did respond.
It sounds like we did not. We were in the,
Okay,
we
so
were in
that's
the
just one
works.
thing. We need to make sure that.
That we're
every
doing within
kind of
60
little
days.
Thing we get from him. we
Someone
respond
should have
to.
just sent an email saying.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
That's what we're working on.
yeah.
That's what he was talking about.
Uh-huh.
Like,
I think
Which
just
will-
keep every communication going.
Yeah. The quarterly calls will be nice.
Okay. Being that, I guess we're waiting on, do you wanna give your public health update? on
Can I
the
just ask one more question?
president? Hell no. Go ahead.
Was this our conference call?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Gotcha.
Chris, being we're waiting on Scott Cromwell and you're giving the update on the public health, want to do that now? Or is there
It's
somebody
not on
else?
the agenda till this afternoon, right?
Yeah, it's
I know, but
1:30. You can. No, we can do that.
I have my notes.
oh.
Or we can even go to that job description or whatever. We have the authority to do that stuff.
Okay,
Wayne said it was okay.
I can just kind of look at my notes and give an update. We met with, Todd Hardwell and Carrie Price from DPHHS and Dr. Khan.
Would you say your name?
Oh, my name is Jackie Bolster. So, we had a meeting with Todd, Carrie, Lauren, Dr. Khan, myself, and Billy was here about, the health officer and, medical director. The Board of Health rules need to be gone over by the Board of Health to dial in what the health officer's duties are and the medical director. That's one of the conversations. Okay. Have your notes.
I do.
This was the one you had yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah.
9:30.
Did you know about that one? Did you know about that meeting yesterday?
I must have missed the email. My bad. That's my fault and I apologize for that.
So there, Todd was talking about the CDC has a large grant for a 1 point FTE, so that's a full-time employee. That could pay some of the salaries and benefits for a nurse or equivalent, and that's between $25,000 and $35,000. Wow. So then there is also some immunization funds. And that was, I asked him if that was a portion, because we just got some additional immunization funds for the monkeypox thing that's going on. But he said this is a totally different immunization grant, and it's a broad spectrum, so you can use that for wages also. And there are other additional funds that can be applied for. Duties like include like communicable diseases, immunizations. And then what the discussion kind of was, a medical director versus, and the health officer, if they can dual both of those.
Yeah,
And they can.
yeah. It was kind of like a broad spectrum of like Board of Health, like what are the duties of the Board of Health and like the duties of the local health officer, the duties of the medical director, and basically, how do you guys want to structure that?
And and we kind of had this conversation yesterday with, you know, someone coming in new with the contract ending on June 30th. The more guidance that the Board of Health can give our new incoming person, the better they'll be successful at the position. So, the state would be willing to come over, there's a Board of Health meeting scheduled on January 16th at 9 AM.
I think we moved it. We moved it to the 24th.
Oh, you moved it?
I think we moved, I can't, I'll look, but I think we were talking and then we bumped it out to the 24th in that.
Okay, so, the state, Todd said he would be willing to come over and Carrie as well. To sit and talk to the Board of Health about what is the Board of Health role? I really feel like we need to have that solid before we hire someone new to take in that position, and then they know exactly, you know, what their duties are.
It'll be like, they come over and say, well, this, you can do this and that, and we can make a description, then you're thinking, or
Well, not so much that, but just because you're gonna be governing that person, they know their roles.
so we're all on the same page.
Yes, and I think sometimes there's, you know,
I heard not really emphasize.
yes, I think you guys really need to know what your roles are to be solid. And then that person will be successful in their role.
I think it'd be a lot of information too, it'd be probably pretty interesting really to know what we can and
Right.
can't do and where we stand.
Well, and there was great information we had yesterday in this meeting. So I just feel like, a conversation with them as you three, you know, you're the main voters on the Board of Health. And so I just think, the education you can get to put in that position.
And that's the 24th at 9 o'clock, you're thinking?
It's, what is the, hold on. The 23rd is the Tuesday. So, it's-
23rd.
yeah, it's the 23rd at 9 AM is the next Board of Health meeting.
I'd be pretty interesting.
And I'll be here for that.
Yeah.
Opens up what we're.
Well, this is my second meeting with Todd and Carrie, and every time I've met with them, you just get more and more information, so.
So like on that stuff, do they go after, or they're telling us we should go
So-
after that?
My understanding is we can apply, the county can apply through DPHHS for the CDC thing.
Yeah, there's a list of stuff he told me to send him after the first of the year, and I'll send it to him, and he will send us a task order for the grant funding for the public health nurse funding. And then the task order for the additional immunization funding, I think he's just preparing now,
Right.
so we should be receiving.
So is it a year to year to year, every year, you'd probably have to apply for it?
It's my understanding, so like this broad spectrum, additional funds goes through June of 2025.
Okay.
And then the CDC
That one's annual. I think.
annually, yeah,
Is that the one Lauren was talking about? Okay, that's what I thought.
yeah.
I seem to think too, and I don't know what your thoughts were, but it was my understanding that he said post-COVID, he doesn't really see that CDC funding for more rural communities going away to support that public health nurse. I
Right.
mean, it could at any time, but
Yeah.
that was more
Because we're out,
promising.
you know, we are frontier, and so
Yeah.
to hire someone. I think the goal isn't having this amount of money, and plus we also have that mill levy to help, pay for, wages, but. You know, sustaining someone in the position. And there's a lot to learn in public health. Everybody seems to think it's easy, but there's a lot of moving parts in it. And so I think that's the goal with the CDC is to put somebody in there, pay them a decent wage, so
Try
they
to
do
keep
apply. Yeah, and to keep them.
Yeah.
I think that's what we.
So.
So on these things, you said you have to have them in by the first, you said?
I'm gonna send him the information right after the first of the year. Yeah, he gave me a list of stuff to send him in that first couple weeks, and he'll put together the task order. And then that funding goes along with the fiscal year.
Cause I couldn't remember what Lauren said there, I was thinking that we had to have something in before the first, but we weren't sure what we were doing. Well, we're sure what we're doing, but I didn't know how.
Well, and you're like, your health officer has to be like an RN or have a master's in public health. There, you know, there's stipulations for those roles. So,
Okay, let's know what we can, can't. I mean, if we're gonna get in this and pay this, we better have a little idea what
Better be
we're
behind it.
hiring and what we're gonna pursue and how,
Yeah.
how we're gonna pursue it.
And
guess.
and I just, like, everything needs to be in black and
Yeah.
white, so there's no like, well, I don't know.
I
mean,
didn't know
it's-
I had to do this. and
Yes,
then you have
it's
to
got to be
Rechange the
solid.
job description.
Uh-huh.
I
And
think we just get one good one and put it out there and then go from there, but it's coming quick.
yeah, and it sounds like there's a million different ways you could structure it depending upon what you want it to be for your county and so.
I'm agreeing, we just don't wanna miss something, because then, like you said, then you get something and then all of a sudden, oh, then you're-
Well, and Laura had sent us the annotated codes for
Oh, yeah.
the health officer and the medical director. And so we have those descriptions of what those things need to be. And, so then Bill and I kind of talked about after the meeting, maybe even see, like, we do have our bylaws for the Board of Health for Granite County, but maybe, you know, even just look at some, other counties of like sizes and see what their bylaws are in their Board of Health, you know, just to see, just to make sure we're not, missing something.
Yeah, because even those are different. The boards of health are
Yeah,
different.
yeah, every board, and I don't know when the last time your bylaws were reviewed.
I don't know either. I'll have to look.
I don't recall reviewing since I've been in office.
I don't remember.
Okay, so maybe that's something
Yeah,
Yeah.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I'm looking to right now.
and maybe we could get from Todd that, that slideshow that he had too.
Oh, yeah, because that simplified it.
Do you want me to email him and see if I can get that?
Like on that health board thing, we're usually only, what, 30 minutes or something, so we don't make sure we have enough time that we. Definitely, if he's got a slideshow, I mean, this is pretty damn important to figure out what we're gonna do. Make sure there's enough time on there.
so I think what we decided though, for sure, is that the public health nurse, we're not going to combine local health officer with it. Right?
See, that's something we talked about, but I didn't know if we ever really come out to saying what we was gonna do.
Because there was too many things that we had to meet. And, or like, the medical director. They can't be a medical director unless they're qualified and all these different.
Right, and those slides, indicated all that stuff yesterday.
And I will find my email from Lauren.
So we gotta figure out whether we're gonna combine it or just stay with the health
Yeah.
nurse and still keep, you know.
Yeah.
I guess that's totally up to, I guess we gotta figure out what is all contained of what they have to do and or if they can do it.
Well, and you don't have that in this draft.
I think this was just something.
Well,
last
it's
for that.
like a draft for the job description. I drafted that I just pulled that from Mako and that's specifically just for public health nurse. I kept it all separate. I think if you were to
Right.
find somebody, like Lauren said, that could be a public health nurse and your local health officer, that is a potential and that could be great, but I don't know if you would keep them then as your public health nurse based off the job description and pay a stipend
Right.
on top of it for your local health officer. Or I don't know how you would work that all together, but I think it would depend upon your applicant.
I think what helped me too is when they come, they explain this stuff and then you can say, well, what would your comment be on having, you know?
But then you're looking at,
Yeah.
okay, we've got some estimates here at one at 30 and one at 40. And then if you're gonna throw in health officer, it's definitely gonna be more than 40 an hour.
Yeah, I don't, the highest, the one county that I found that I got a lot of really good information from was Sheridan County, when I kind of called around. Cause they just hired a public health nurse and I wanna say they hired at 35. And the way their county works is halfway through your probationary period, you get a 50-cent raise, and then at the end of your probationary period of that year, you get $1 raise. But since it was so competitive in the public health nursing space, their public health nurse will get a $2.50 raise at the end of that year. So she'll be making $37.50 at the end of her first year. She does not serve as their local health officer. Their local health officer is somebody separate who I believe is a physician in their local hospital. I can't remember, I have it written in there how much they paid them. It's,
So you've got
yeah, two
the health
payments.
officer salary receives 600. 600 payments during the year, and the medical director is separate. And he bills them $2K annually.
Yeah.
So the nurse, the public health nurse is separate from the health officer and the medical director.
They have all three separate, but it depends on the qualifications and the applicants you get.
So like say you put this out. The description, can you have that on part there, and then if we have people in here interview and ask them, what was your thought if you wanted to do this, or you qualified? Would you do that in each interview, or would you just try to?
Ask Blaine what the best approach to that would be.
Right, because if they, I would guess. And just because I sit on that other side of that chair, it would be nice if your public health person could also be your health officer, because like if we have an outbreak, they're already involved.
Mhm.
Where if they're not, it's difficult when people are busy with other jobs and you're pulling them in. And I think, go ahead.
You think then it'd be more worthwhile trying to put it that way to make it feasible that?
Well, it would depend on who is applying and if they're qualified and if they have like the list of what's needed. I mean, each person is gonna be a different individual in their qualifications.
They might not want to do it. They want-
Exactly,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or you
Right,
might
if-
find a really
If
great,
you have it in there, then can you, is it legal to
Well-
offer it then?
Well, you could.
I would have it as a stipend.
I don't think we can put that in this.
Yeah, I would keep.
I
it
think
separate.
because you don't know if you're going to get, I think if the person has qualifications, then maybe we can negotiate.
That stipend that she's
Yeah.
talking about?
That's what I would,
This is the only reason why I'm asking this,
Yeah.
because some of them might come in and say, well, I'd like to do the whole thing. or
Yeah,
I
If
just
they have
want
the
to-"
masters or they have the
Yeah.
qualifications,
to do.
that
it.
could be a conversation. So you could maybe like look at their qualifications, have them come in for the interview. And if they have those qualifications, say, if we
Yeah.
offer this position to you,
Would
would you be willing
interested in doing
with this,
this?
you know?
But I don't think we can
No.
send it out.
That's what I'm trying
Yeah.
to figure out.
Yeah.
Don't want to get us in trouble, that's, I didn't know if you could ask that once they come in.
And then if they come back on their resume, they're gonna say if they have a master's or not.
Exactly.
And then we can say, whoa, this is good, and then interview them and say, okay, we see this, how about this?
That's what I'm-
And you negotiate the salary.
Because you can't. Yeah,
Yeah.
because you can't,
That's why I'm asking.
gotta
Yeah.
pay on the qualifications.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it so has to be a
Yeah.
blanket, job description.
Yeah.
And then as they give you the resume, they can go forward.
Yeah.
You can make go forward on that
Yeah.
decision.
That answers it. I was just wondering how you would, in case one comes in, has more qualifications than the
Yeah.
other. Then, but you're not asking about that.
Yeah, because we're an equal opportunity employer.
And I think with it being such a competitive marketplace for nurses, you don't want to limit yourself.
So,
I think-
the one thing on the job description. In the job summary. Under administering public health programs. I think we need to be more county specific. And I think it needs to be mentioned, is MCH, is that a state grant?
Yes,
And immunization is a state grant?
yes.
I think that it should administer public health programs and state grants, specifically MCH and immunization. So that they know exactly, because those are the only two grants now, because Area 5 is with the hospital.
Right.
There isn't any other grants either.
What she said, I thought one said there was another, see that?
Okay, let's see, the fifth word, maternal child, immunization.
Was another one that she's mentioned.
Well, there's WIC, but that's handled
Yeah,
by,
that's with,
with Anaconda, and they're gonna,
well, tobacco. Tobacco, and there was a discussion the other day about, does Granite County just take back that tobacco? I don't know.
but tobacco doesn't have its own specific fund. Does it?
I think
When
it
did
does,
that happen?
but that lady that used to come in.
So that's on a tri-county.
Okay, so Granite County,
It should be getting a stipend from Silver Bow.
so, and then what does Granite County do, transfer it to Anaconda Deer Lodge, or? You don't know?
I'm unclear
Okay.
on how that works.
Yeah, well, I've never even heard of it, that there was actually
What,
funds coming in.
right,
for
because
it.
now parts of Debbie's wages are being paid out of that tobacco fund, and then I'm like. Anyhow, yeah, so
So, yeah, we need to visit with,
we need to have, it
Put
needs to be
recorder.
clear. What are the classifications, what are the duties?
Well, I think it's, yeah, and then just try to get everything we can on there and figure out, and said, I know it's coming quick and we just need to keep, at least we're all
Somebody to be
involved.
like out on the board instead of like blindsided, like, oh, I didn't know, that was my duty. You know, I just think the more conversation, the better off. We're all gonna be.
yes,
I guess on the other one, this,
but
no,
I see steam.
well, I just, this is kind of, no, so like, when we have this, like, do we have to furnish them a car? No, okay, they just,
They get mileage.
Right.
They would get mileage.
I just, I'm just trying to find,
Yeah.
make sure we got, cause I remember that other gal, she was always want.
Well, and you need to like also stipulate, these are your hours,
How's it going?
and then. You're paid for 40. You know,
Well, Blaine, we jumped ahead there, we went to the Lumber Jackson here and had a public health update, and then talking about this.
Okay, the job description look all right to you, or you got some
We got
change?
some stuff we're thinking about
Okay.
taking on the 24th or 26th, there come, there's people come over, and then I think we're gonna have a little better idea on really what the job description, what they have to do, and hours. Trying to get it.
All right. You talk about when you wanna advertise and stuff, or the,
Not until we get this ready,
yeah,
right?
okay.
We're gonna make sure we have our ducks in a row before we throw it
Yeah.
out there, and then all of a sudden somebody comes in and says, well, what about this? Right, yeah, kind of, am I speaking too much?
well, maybe Jackie wants to get her degree and do
Which jobs? Pivot.
This was good, you know, now we're still moving ahead, I guess, I think we don't dare back off, you know, yeah,
Yes.
keep going, so.
Cause you know what, it's gonna be June before we know it.
That's what.
I mean, we could get somebody hired prior and could shadow Deb and.
Do a pass off.
yeah, that would be good, there's a lot to it.
If you're you're into January already, I ain't long.
Yeah, it flies by.
Cause you have to have a couple notice in the paper and you gotta have a break. Background.
So, Wayne, I had mentioned under the job summary that we needed to be more county specific with the state grants. Mention that instead of just public health programs. We need grants, state grants, which is MCH immunization, and now tobacco is,
Well, I think they're going to keep that.
yeah,
We have to have clarification
I-
on that.
yeah.
I'd encourage you to separate that, at least for the start, cause it might be too much for them, but, or what do you think?
Well, the thing is, I'm doing it all now.
Oh,
Oh.
no, they would cover MCH and immunization.
Yeah,
Yes,
I meant the tobacco,
Oh,
the tobacco might be too much, but maybe not.
I don't know anything about that grant and how that falls.
So,
See if it could be
Yeah.
separated too.
yeah, we don't know if it runs through county and then we send it
But-
to Anaconda. Deer Lodge.
but Lauren said they're willing to keep it if we wanna. Yeah.
Yeah.
And send Debbie over to.
Yeah. And the way, so.
Alrighty, well, that was good, anything else? Any public comment on that? Well, we'll move on, thanks Jackie, so we don't be up, but, We're getting there, and I guess anything comes up on that, we'll just keep them people going over, that'll be cool. And we can kind of be interested in what we can and can't.
Right, right. I think they're a great resource and need to be utilized.
They're willing to come over.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
You bet.
All right, you wanna come up, Scott? Or do you have something first, Linda?
I'm just here to.
There's gonna be noise pollution next to her office.
You can join us up here if you want, just to see what's going.
And,
Good
space,
morning,
Yeah.
commissioners.
Oh, wow.
Hi, Billy.
How are you?
Would you like to unroll these or big income or something? I'll leave them with you though.
Okay.
There's 44 sheets in there. We're gonna consolidate that a little better. Our engineers got a little overzealous in how they set up their sheets, so we'll get that. But what I
helping
like.
the logging industry, you know?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So a few things just to kind of bring you up to speed. Getting there, yes.
Okay.
Well, the wheels did not come off the bus, but they got wobbly. We got them back now. When we were,
State your name.
I'm going.
oh, I should do that. Yep. I'm Scott Cromwell with Slate Architecture, and our address is 1470 North Roberts Street in Helena, Montana, 59601. So jumping back into it, as we were getting drawings finished, if you remember, the goal was to be complete by the end of November with the documents. And so the elevator company that we were working with, once we got into their technical side, said the sales side told you something that we can't offer. And so we said, well, what does that mean? And they said, sorry. And so what we did is we basically had to start over with a different elevator company, still the same shaftway, still the same bathrooms and all that. And so we looked at a couple different options, and one of those was, could we go through the Lula? And Lula elevator is limited use, limited application, which is only allowable in renovations. So you can't build it as a new project. And because of the height limitations, we'd have to have two different elevators. So one would be kind of over in this area that would come up actually right by your door into the DMV there, where that's quick and floor, sorry. And then we'd have to transfer somebody over and then carry them the rest of the way there. And so that was a fallback. If we could do that, that second elevator would just go past the travel distance that's allowed. And so we stepped back again, made a few more calls, talked to Dave Ungerman, who is the state elevator inspector, got him in our office, and we sat down with him for about an hour and a half and brainstormed what we could do from a code standpoint and what we could do with the elevator. Also got the state of Montana Building Department involved, walked through with them. So they worked through with us as well. And basically we went back to a hydraulic elevator. And so it's no longer an electric one. The concern is that possibly we need to at least sprinkle the pit, the elevator pit, maybe even parts of the floors of the building to do that. And that's just an expense that the county doesn't do. And so we worked through that, and that has gone away. So there is no need to sprinkle the building to have a hydraulic elevator.
What's sprinkle mean?
Fire sprinkler.
Oh.
Yeah, fire sprinkler.
Okay.
There was concern that it would have to be the entire building. Then there was concern that it would just have to be the elevator pit itself. And so that's gone away. We've worked through that with the state to do that. So we're back to what's called now a roped hydraulic elevator. And there's no ropes, it's still cables. But that system is basically two pistons alongside the cab that then take it all the way up. So most elevators are single piston underneath, as you probably know. But this system, because of the width of the shaft, works very well. I've never done a roped hydraulic elevator. This is the first one I've done in my almost 30 years. So this has been fun to figure that out, but it works. So we got put in touch through Dave Ungerman with a company that builds these kind of elevators. They're out of Minnesota, and so they've helped us with that. And so that's the elevator you'll see in the plans now that we're going forward with. We believe there are other organizations or other companies that also provide that same elevator, and so we should have in our specification be able to get a few other as well, but they will become what's called the basis of design, because we can't sole source the product, but we just write the specification around them. And as long as someone else can meet that specification, then we can certainly include that. So with that in mind, we've wrapped up the engineers again, trying to get everything back in order. And so our goal is to advertise the end of January and do that. And so we'll get it back on the streets the end of January and do that. So I'd like to visit with you towards the end of January again, just kind of do one of the final page turn and just walk through. So it won't be 44 pages. It'll be something less than that. So
Is it open gonna be more speed here?
we haven't gotten a cost on that yet. So that's good. The structural engineers did put out a request though, is if somebody could cut a few holes throughout the building, just for some depth of joist members that are there. And so I'm happy to coordinate that with anyone. So like where it's gonna go in the jury room upstairs, it'd be nice just to cut it up, like 3 or 4 6-inch by 6-inch holes.
Just to see what's there and how it's
Yep.
standing.
Yep. And if you're okay just leaving them, I thought maybe we could just patch them back with some visqueen for now. And then once the project starts, then they could be finished
They
up.
gotta have an idea and then not cutting in and say, oh shit, I wish we had looked before we got there.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's, I mean, that's our fallback. If you're thinking that we shouldn't do that, then we'd have to wait till construction starts and then kind of hunt and see.
I don't care, you guys. That's a
The-
good.
Good, so that's the easy one.
You want the county to find that person, or would you guys, or?
I think
what's
he
it-
should, cause then they know they get the right guy. Don't be saying
Well-
the county find out.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what,
right.
that's what.
Yeah. Yeah, and so I can contact, of course, there's Dave here,
Mm,
Michael Cleveland at TCS Northwest could also do it. And so there's him, Nick
Yeah.
could probably come in and do
And
it.
they're thinking they're certified.
Yeah. So the other one is just making sure what the foundation is like, where we are gonna put the pit. Typically, they like a 5-foot deep pit. We've talked them into a 4-foot deep pit. And so, as you can imagine out on the sidewalk here on the north side, it'd be too tough to try and go down in next to that sidewalk or take that sidewalk out this time of year. So our thought is that Acor could come in and cut a piece out next to the window, in the public health office. And then they'll just dig down and see, what
I
it's
don't
like.
see why not. I mean, this is something we're gonna have to do sooner or later.
Yeah,
These guys are all, I just see, okay, keep moving ahead.
Is it gonna take up most of that office, or is it, or what's that? The,
the public health office.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's the piece I'm coming to next. Is it a possibility for the public health office to move elsewhere in the building? Because we could really use that spot for the mechanical room.
did you say there's gonna be an extra one upstairs room or not?
Office.
Yeah,
You've got the room next to where we're doing the bathroom, so just south of the bathroom, and then the one across the hall too, that all the plans are in.
oh, okay.
So you've got a couple of
Yeah.
rooms that they could,
Or
or,
public health, they're like only one day a week, we might just have to,
They might just have to bunch up in the old JP office.
well then didn't Kayla and them, they're gonna move anyway?
No, I think they just have additional offices because there's so many of them. That see
I
clients.
mean, we can figure something out to make it work, cause there's the other one, see, there's. Yeah.
Well, because we're giving these offices to them,
If
for
we need
nothing.
them,
and
Yeah.
if they have to scrunch a little bit, and if they're getting additional offices, then
Yeah.
they're definitely
well,
should
that's the thing,
be,
we have to make this, we're
Yeah,
trying to make
yeah,
this work.
yeah,
so
we
We have
can't.
to cut one thing to make this go that we've been spending all night, that's
Yeah.
just the way it
it's,
is.
that's the thing, if they're gonna lose it, and that's just.
Yeah, this is the this is the priority.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, that
they're
sure.
gonna have to just
First thing.
crunch in. So, yeah,
Okay.
don't worry about that.
okay. Well, I'll show you, and so, this is the lower level, very basic. So here's our new elevator. This is, the roll, so these are the pulleys on either side. So there's still a sidewalk you have to drive up. They require at least a 77 square foot roof, for the mechanical. For mechanical equipment, and so that's why we thought we could keep it just that straight run, a lot easier.
Mhm.
We did think about the opportunity, and it's a little bit of a hike, but down here in the boiler room, in that back far corner, if you walk around,
Back
we
in,
could pipe it.
That coal pit thing,
Right, yep, and it would, 100 foot max is our run on that, but remember, that's a supply and return hydraulic lines. And so it's nicer to have that as close to the elevator as possible, just for leaks. I grew up on a ranch, I worked a lot in hydraulic hoses, and, you know, not the same thing, but still. And so we thought that would be probably the best opportunity, is to just take it and put it there. And then that way we have our corridor out.
Yeah.
Now, we're no longer cutting a door in on this side.
Do you guys wanna peek at this?
I've looked at it a little bit, but the idea you're proposing is to not use to use the basement there, but in, what do you call that?
The boiler.
Boiler room, to use
Yeah.
that or not use it?
Not use it.
Not, okay.
Yeah. And I guess that's my question is, if we could still put that corridor back in that we did have in the original documents, and then leave public health office, right here. If you need that office, or if there's other places for public health.
Whatever's gonna be the cheapest and easiest for us to make this work.
Yeah.
We'll make it go back.
More feasible, that's more
Yeah.
feasible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something we don't get.
On top of this, of course, we'll have a project manual, so we'll have specifications, which we're working on that as well. Do you have a county front end boilerplate that you use, or do I help with that when you do your projects?
For the agreement or the notice?
Yeah, so we'd have the agreement, just your notice, bidder's proposal, that I could put all that
Yeah.
together, but if you have something you'd like to use.
So we do have like a base agreement, but if you already have a model, we could use that.
Okay.
Yeah, we can look at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It could just be easy to try to keep everything with you.
Okay.
Starts changing.
Yeah.
Sure, and we'll typically just take your information, put it in the book too, so it's all cohesive. Do you wanna do an AIA contract for construction? Or do you have a county contract for use?
We can, either one. I think typically we go with what you have.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's good,
Yeah.
yeah, it's just best.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can share.
Cause then we start trying to figure change and we're gonna be out. the
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah.
What do you think, Chuck? Just go with what he's a professional.
Yeah, so we'll have prevailing wage rates, so they'll be in there as well. So they'll be in the documents.
And you guys are wanting to do it as one project, right, with the bathrooms
Yes,
included?
we're not gonna get into trying to hire somebody, cause then you're holding up somebody else. So let's just do it one project.
Yeah.
They'll use local subs, well, I mean, typically does, so, yeah.
Let's just go with, that way it's getting done and making work with each other, otherwise if we hire them guys, somebody's gonna, well, I can't, and then they're held up,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
no. Okay.
Yeah, keep it all under one contract.
Yes.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, I owe you a new schedule, so I'll put that together. I meant to bring that and I forgot it. So I'll email that to Billy.
Pushed off 2 months approximately.
Yeah,
That- okay.
yeah, so end of January is still good. Maybe we'll get winter and then by then everybody ready to come inside and work. But so nice right now to be outside.
I guess on that note, just on what you need to do, can't, or, I mean, keep us posted, there's little stuff you gotta do, just, you know, I guess. Call or whatever, we
Okay,
just don't wanna have it held up, cause if, you know, we're only here once a week or something, if it might need to do something, so.
Right.
Maybe have somebody that they can get a hold of.
For him to have the authority,
Yeah.
because he's our. We contract with you,
Yeah.
you're our advisor, and so,
okay.
I think that's good.
Yeah, I think we're in the free and clear now. It's just hustling to get back, and get drawings done. And then get it advertised, so. And we'll put it on Montana bid. And so Montana bid covers all the
Yeah,
exchanges.
We've been doing that.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Sounds good, appreciate everything, well, there's gonna be little hitches and that, but it gets through.
Yeah,
It's just like, you know, trying to find another elevator, I just took a little longer. than you did.
good. Whatever, the little hiccup was really good in that, we got the state more involved. And so when that time comes, it'll just be, we hope a slam dunk, for when they do their review. So,
You got any questions? Linda?
No, no, I don't have.
you're gonna work from home when they're doing the,
Yeah, I'm going to try to do some here and some from home, kind of depending on what's going on.
They might be able to keep you their schedule and that, and then you
Yeah.
can look at it and then make your plans. you
Yeah,
know.
cause when they're doing
Whatever
the
suits you.
elevator, that shouldn't be as bad as.
Okay.
when
Yeah,
they're
that's on
doing
the other
that.
side of you.
We don't have no problem with the working at home, right?
No.
You said you could, so that way it's,
Yeah,
yeah, whatever it takes. Alrighty, anything else? Any public comment on this? Appreciate all
Yeah,
the work.
thanks.
Thank
Yeah,
you
that sounds
for
good.
Keeping us updated.
Yeah, well, I was hoping we'd be opening bids by now. We wouldn't quite be, but
It's we'll get there. It's
Yeah.
moving. It's, I mean, it's, there's just those things that are gonna stop and jump them.
yeah. I'll leave also this document here. This is from the engineer, special engineer, just showing those spots that they were hoping to get opened up. But I'll be in coordination.
Bless you.
And so I'll look for somebody that's interested in order to come in and just make those holes.
Yeah, we'll just leave it up to you, cause then you know what you need to be done. Otherwise, if we try to find something, we'd have to deal with you. Let's just put it in your hands. You guys good with that? Okay.
So are these custom made then, so they're gonna build that just for this building?
Yeah,
Or
yeah, it'll be close. I mean, it's not, from what I
they can
understand.
do it that quick?
Yep. Yep, from what I understand, that's what this company, so we started, Otis Company. Put us in touch with these folks that did it, and so I think what happens is that when Otis needs a special elevator, then they go to this. Company out of Minnesota that then builds it for them.
And then Otis has local repairmen around
Yeah.
or, okay, yeah,
Yeah, they travel the state, so,
okay.
Appreciate everything. You
absolutely.
guys got anything? Nobody? Alrighty, well, you have a damn good holidays.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Happy New Year. Yeah.
Yeah,
Incredibly.
yeah, thanks, yeah.
Yeah, good.
And the Bobcats next year.
Yeah, maybe, well, it's very good to see Big Sky
Yeah, yeah, it's good to see them.
at nationals, so. National championship, and NDSU didn't do that for what, so.
Yeah,
years in a row.
yeah.
You
Getting
need
old,
a-
seeing 'em in-
Yeah,
You need a motion then on, we go ahead and let you do the polls and that, do you think it first, or is this part of?
I would, you could, and then, that person can then, that business could then bill the county directly, is that what you're thinking?
Sure.
So, yeah, I'd do a motion on that.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to do whatever you said.
So what are we doing?
Allow the,
Cutting the hole.
Yeah.
Cut the poles
Cut the
and-
poles and-
I'd call it pre-construction investigation.
So we're making a motion to have
slate, yeah,
architecture.
Yeah.
I can't. talk.
work with the contractor
Yeah,
to take care of
yeah.
that and bill the
Have
county
him-
directly.
Yeah, have you work with the contractor,
Okay.
take care of
Yep.
necessary. Pre,
Construction
yeah,
Yeah,
investigation.
pre-construction
Pre-step.
investigation. Yeah.
I'll second that.
Public comment? Being none, all in favor?
I,
Yeah, and then they can just bill the county.
Okay.
They pay once a month, so.
Okay.
Go from there,
Get it scheduled, I imagine it'll be right after the new year.
sounds good.
All right,
Yeah,
Thanks.
sounds good, yeah,
Good job.
thank you.
yeah, thanks for coming over.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Good with that, Linda?
yeah,
Good to see you.
Good to see
Good to see you.
All right.
Good
Yeah,
person.
thanks for coming over, yeah,
Yeah,
thanks for your help.
yep, so there's, yeah.
All right. Reading materials, we get insomnia.
Yeah, make sure you look through it.
we need to take it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Righty? You have a good one.
Yeah, yeah,
Thank you very much. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, how's that other project going?
Good.
All right,
Run over there, we were just there a couple weeks ago, but
all right, good.
go see how it's going.
All right, good deal.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you soon then.
Yeah.
All right.
That's good news.
Yeah, he's doing that MDP building over here, or was
No,
they did a new building for the
State.
state highway.
Oh, really?
And the contractor in Hall did that.
For lunch? Your afternoon session, now you just have the 2 o'clock, right?
Yep.
So you have to come back till 2.
We're gonna hear from our representative for sure.
Chuck,
To get cut.
Aaron.
So we're gonna hear from our representative. And
Fitzpatrick.
Oh, good. I'm deaf. Wait. Hearing aid died.
Uh,
where's your little charger?
It's in the charger.
All right,
And
Oh.
this is-
yeah.
Oh, I think
Or, see if I can sell.
Yeah, we gotta decide which one of you wanna be sheriff for next year.
Not until January.
have it as your first agenda item on your next agenda. Have it as your first agenda item on your next agenda. Okay, you going off for lunch? Fine. Are you adjourning for lunch?
Alrighty, well, he was just, Fitzpatrick was just in here a minute ago. He had to run out, and make a quick call, and then he said he'd be right back in, but today's on the discussion of the Flint Creek Dam. Just give him a couple minutes,
Wait,
John Fitzpatrick, saw you a couple of years
oh
ago.
yeah,
I spent 88 days sitting next door to you, sitting next to you.
yeah, no, watch it.
Good.
So,
Well, here, let me give you a business card, because apparently we had a breakdown in communication.
Okay,
I never got any message from you folks, so I'm sorry that I wasn't here, but I was telling you anyway with meetings and so on. So you wanted to talk about Georgetown and some of this money that might be available to deal with it?
well, not only that, we were just wondering how the Flint Creek Hydro got that money, got $500,000, and we're doing all the work,
Well,
and we don't make any money.
I can't figure, I don't know anything about that, but I know that the boys at Hydrodynamics are pretty creative about trying to find money, so I have no idea where they got it from or who they got it from.
well, how do they get the money when they don't own the dam? How can they go towards,
Did they get it for the dam or did they get it for the powerhouse and the pump and the
that'd
pipeline?
be the powerhouse, yeah.
yeah, but I mean, it's still.
But actually, don't we own the powerhouse too? They
Yeah.
just have their equipment in here?
Yes.
Well, I don't know anything about it. I've never even heard of, I haven't heard of anything from Hydrodynamics since I left my job with the power company, so I don't know anything about that, but if you can tell me what agency they got the thing from, I can run it down, for
Well, I thought it came through the state, through the legislature.
not to my knowledge.
That's what I heard.
I
That's what we
thought it was a state too.
I don't know where they would have gotten it from. There was no money in any capital project for the Flint Creek Dam. There was, or for anything at Georgetown. There was money in, I think it was in House Bill 8, $16.5 million to DNRC for rehabbing East Fork. And there was another $500,000, I think, of grant money for East Fork, but I have no recollection whatsoever of anything for the Georgetown Dam. No, and I'm very certain that it wouldn't have come through the state. It might have come through the federal government. But listen, I'm gonna be on a telephone conversation here probably when this meeting ends with the administrator of the Water Resources Division. I'll just ask her straight up. But I'm not aware of anything for the Georgetown facility.
So who heard it and where did we hear?
I got it through an email.
So we got it from an email through Tester's office. It was the bipartisan infrastructure bill funded through the Department of Energy, and they got a little over $500,000.
They got it through
It did come to the state.
No. No,
Isn't that what the dude says?
I'm really goofed up, because I could have sworn that in that email, I didn't keep it, but it come through, we should have that, it come through the state.
I have came from Tester's office. About $517,085 to the bipartisan infrastructure law.
Well, here's a summary, which I'm gonna leave you with the federal infrastructure stuff. There is money in there from the Department of Energy, but it doesn't talk about specific projects. It also does talk, and that, there is some money that theoretically goes to the states. But from the sounds of this, if you're getting it from Tester, it sounds to me like this was simply it was handed to them directly from the Department of Energy. But, you know, let's contact, we'll be happy to contact Tester for you and find out about it if you want.
Sure.
There is some money available for rehabbing the dam at Georgetown. There's about $760,000 that's been allocated to the state of Montana. It's a competitive grant process. You're competing against other entities in Montana, but the grant process goes through FEMA. It's not administered by the state. But that's the only thing that I know of that basically might pertain to Georgetown. And I'll give you that. It's in there, I think, on page 4.
Well, here's our problem with Georgetown, that we have the dam,
Right.
and then FERC, we deal with FERC, and so we have to do all the maintenance, all repairs, everything. And we put a whole lot of money in the last few years into the dam, and we've had to borrow from, or take from, our built fund, from the funds that people could use here, we could use for the people, and the CARES Act, some of that money, we put in the dam just to keep up with FERC. And so we're having a problem. We're trying to put elevator in here for the ADA thing. And we might not have enough money to do that. And we, you know, so, and we're spending all this money, and then they get the money that we feel we should have had.
Well, we gotta find out what they got. I can't answer your question. I gotta find out what it is and who it came from and why they got it. Then we can talk about it. But I doubt seriously that Hydrodynamics is ever planning on taking that money and spending it on the dam or doing anything, but they're probably talking about changing equipment out or something like that. That would be my guess, because,
They have to get a hold of us in order to do that, since we're paying for it, buying it. It's a contractor, you know, after so many years, it's ours, so if they start changing stuff, wouldn't they have to get a hold of us? That's, I just think they took doing that.
well, you know, maybe they're talking, I have no idea what they're doing, but maybe they're talking about finding a more efficient generator. Okay, you have no idea what they might be planning to do with the money. But the best thing to do is just see what we can find out through Tester's office. I'll be happy to make the call for you.
We'll have it all.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I have a pretty good relationship with this guy in Butte, so I should be able to get some information fairly shortly. But you know, it's like anything else. Whenever you deal with the state or federal government, their idea is fast as 30 days. But listen, I understand your situation. I talked to Northwestern Energy. I don't know if Blaine told you this. I asked Northwestern to take a look at the facility and see if they would, you know, be interested in taking the facility back. They said they did not want it, and the reason they did not want it, same reason you got it, is it's the unending treadmill that they're on with FERC. You know, the thing is turning, and the only thing that's going to happen is it's just going to keep going. It might even go faster, but you know, it's just the inevitable nature of having one of those facilities. And FERC is completely, in my judgment, probably off the deep end with this high hazard dam safety, but I don't expect it to get any better. And I know you're not getting enough money in your royalty checks to cover even part of the costs.
so we'd like to see a cushion there, at least I would like to see a cushion there. You know, because you're taking the taxpayer, the county, the residents of Granite County, their money. Finance that dam, to maintain that dam, and they don't get anything out of it. They don't get any power out of it, it goes in the grid.
Mhm.
I mean, so they're paying double for their power.
Mhm.
They're paying more for their power than anybody else is.
Why can't they put the power here? Nobody's really ever answered that.
Well, because they're contractors with Northwestern, it goes into the system. See, under federal and state law, the law that was passed in 1978 when Jimmy Carter was president, it's called the Public Utility Regulatory Policy Act of 1978. They created essentially a statute that said that public utilities had to buy power from alternative power suppliers 80 megawatts and smaller. Those are called, basically are called PERPA facilities or qualifying facilities. Okay, that's what hydrodynamics has done. It has entered into a qualifying facilities contract with Northwestern. Northwestern can't refuse that contract. They don't have to make a deal with you. So they've got Northwestern on the hook, as do all of the wind generators and all the solar providers in the state. As long as they're of a certain size, they automatically get a contract. Well, I shouldn't say automatically, but they have the legal right to get a contract from the utility. And one of the problems that Northwestern has now is it's got way too much wind, way too much solar for its system size, and it doesn't have enough reliable power. So they probably happily took a contract with hydrodynamics because it is reliable power, as opposed to say wind or solar. But that's why hydrodynamics went to the power company. When the power company puts it in the grid, the power just goes to load. It doesn't make it, it's not marked for a given place.
So you get my point, so people in Granite County are paying more for their power than anybody else. Because it's the only place that's happening. The only county,
Looks like they're
by the
getting
United
taxed,
States,
like they're getting taxed twice on it.
exactly.
So
Not fair.
yeah, it's not fair, that's like you said, it's gonna get worse.
Well, it's not gonna get any better. I mean, there are some other options. There's some other options you guys might consider about that dam. One of which would be to see if the Department of Fish, Wildlife and Parks would take it. Now, we talked to Northwestern. I'm not the kind of person that wants to recommend that you do things with state agencies, but nonetheless, it is an option for you to consider. The second thing you might consider is since the principal benefit to Georgetown Lake is for the people that recreate up there, and to some extent, the folks that irrigate off it, create some kind of a special dam maintenance district and tax those folks for it.
I think they'd just rather dictate at the moment. I think Fish and Game would rather dictate at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Well, more than
They have
likely.
more pull that way.
Well, they don't want to be responsible for anything, but they do like to give orders. I know.
So that's an option that you possibly could create a special district up there. Even if the counties are split down the middle of the lake.
Well, I think you'd have to get Durlodge County involved.
Yeah, so.
But your situation is very, very difficult. I understand it. I mean, you're not generating enough revenue, probably not generating enough revenue off that dam to cover the cost of the consultant that comes in, what is it, every other year and evaluates it for you. And it takes a look at the earthquake damage and says, well, you ought to do X, Y, and Z. Yeah, I get it.
It isn't an every other year, it's yearly, and we really,
Every other month.
yeah, we're bamboozled by
Right.
FERC.
It'd be nice if it was every other year, but it's every month.
We actually got a reprimand today, more or less, from FERC.
Mhm.
Not timely reports getting sent in.
So like I said, I'll be happy to look into this thing for you on basis of hydrodynamics, but I can't tell you any more than that. And there is that money that's available, through FEMA competitive process within the state of Montana. I don't know who might be applying for it other than maybe some irrigation districts.
Should look into it.
Gotta do something, but I mean, we can't afford to do what we're doing.
You know, I'm not for taking federal money for anything, but it's not fair to the citizens of this county. Do what I said.
No.
It's not fair.
It seems not to bother none of them.
Why is Granite County's electrical bills higher than anybody else?
Bill,
Your bill shouldn't be any higher than anybody else's. It's the same rate.
We pay more than.
no, here's my point. So you're paying your power. Okay, you're also, we're spending money that we could be using for you or anybody else for infrastructure. The courthouse, the roof, the dome, the elevator, whatever. But no, we're spending that money on the dam. But basically, that dam is taking money from us, the power users. You know what I'm saying?
Double dipping.
Yeah. And we don't get any of the power. So,
We don't even get the revenue to cover it.
like I say, I'm not for federal aid and all that stuff. But
We're getting to the point where we don't
it's going into the grid.
keep taking and taking, because we don't have enough in there to keep taking. Just keep them going and they're making all the money.
Yeah.
They don't help, they don't,
They have a really poor contract with them. And it's pretty, what,
poor contract, and then they're
yeah,
trying to get them to get back with us and that, it's, they don't even come in anymore, nothing.
and we tried to work with them to help out with maintenance on it, and they absolutely, well, they don't have to. It's,
Mhm.
and all they have to give us is 10%.
Mhm.
So they're making money, but we're paying the bills, so we're going in the red.
Yep.
And we have to.
And we've sent letters to testers, names, all, and they're just kind of.
Well, the problem, the problem is you have a contract. Contract is supreme. You can't do anything legislatively at the state or federal level to break a contract or to modify a contract. It's unconstitutional. So they've got you. What ended up happening, and listen, I've seen it happen in several places. Local government gets involved with some people that know their business a lot better than the local government knows their business, and you end up signing a bad contract. There was a similar contract like that done in Deer Lodge County several years ago. And, the developer finally walked away and broke the contract voluntarily. But I mean, if he wanted to hang on there, he had a big hunk of Deer Lodge County property tied up for 100 years if he wanted to, for practically nothing. So, I mean, it's not an uncommon situation. I mean, they're an expert in the field and you folks are not, and you get taken down the primrose path. But now that the contract's signed, you're living with it unless you can find some reason why you could get out of it legally. And I think Blaine has done a pretty good job of examining those options, and I don't think they're there. At least I haven't talked to him about it recently, but I think that's a very, very difficult way to go.
Yeah, no, we know it's not gonna happen.
But, like I said, I'll look into this thing and see if I can find out what I can for you about this hydrodynamics grant. And then, you guys should take a look and see if there's something there that you want to, and talk to FEMA about what it would take to apply for some of that money. But this is not going to be money, even if you do get money, it's not going to be available every biennium. It's available now, but it may not be available 2 years.
Right.
That's the same as we knew.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing is. When contract, they saw us coming. Well, not us,
No.
we'd have been smarter than that.
I don't.
Well, if we could check into that, and see why.
I can. I'll do that and I'll send you a letter, find out. Okay,
Thank
all right,
you.
you bet.
Thanks.
Take care.
See ya. Keep going. Are you- Are you guys? Did you have a public comment? I do.
Oops, I forgot to. All right, we'll go ahead on to the Jen Walters. Is she coming in again?
Yeah.
She, where? When my name was.
Elena has a comment.
I mean. Yeah,
Elena has comment.
go ahead, Elena.
Oh, here, I have to find my.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Selena Gagliano for the record.
Yes.
I've been having problems. Is Representative Fitzpatrick still there?
He just walked out.
I see. Thank you. For the record, this is public comment. Thank you. I'll contact him. Thank you.
Yeah, here it is around the corner. I'll grab him. Would you- And I should have handcuffed him, not let him leave.
We got a question for you?
Yeah, would you come back up here, please? Go ahead, Elena, he's here.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, John, for being here and explaining this. I think it's a little bit more involved than what you're saying. And I've looked into this since the beginning. And in essence, the only out is to rescind the FERC license and let hydrodynamics take it over. There may be a lawsuit, but that's the only way that this county is going to get out of it. It's not only recreation, which we tried to do recreation for the Georgetown Lake area, but that didn't go through. The irrigators in Granite County have a lot to say about this also. So that's about the only way to rescind the FERC contract, FERC license, just like they did a long time ago, they being the county commissioners, when Montana Power sold the dam to them. And they had all ideas that they were going to generate electricity until they realized it wasn't worth it. And they rescinded the FERC license back then. Thank you.
What year was that?
Back in the 80s, actually. That's how far back it went.
Actually, in the early 90s, and Montana Power actually donated the dam site to Granite County and plus gave them like 90,000, almost $1 million. So
It was sold to Granite County for $1.
there was no FERC license.
I have the whole background from Congress. I spent $172 to get all the reports going all the way back from Congress.
Did you have a question for him or what? Or just were you?
I was
asking?
answering something that somebody mentioned. They asked me what year it was.
No.
No, before. Did you have a question?
Did you have a comment on her comment?
Well, there's always lots of options for trying to deal with an issue, but I think the last option you could undertake is something that's almost certain to land you in litigation. If you're going to go into litigation, you better have a pretty good understanding what your odds are of winning. And you do something like that, which basically could jeopardize the continued existence of the dam. Everybody south of the dam and everybody north of the dam that's got any connection with it is going to be in court with you. So, I mean, that's a pretty drastic step.
Does that answer your
I
question?
spent about 30 years of my professional career as a member of a corporate legal department, not as an attorney, but I'm gonna tell you, you better not go to court unless you're very, very certain you can prevail. And that's not one of these conditions that I would recommend that you do right now. I mean, you've got other things to explore. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Is that all? Hold it, set this, see wave.
Oh.
Have anything else?
Are you addressing me?
Yes.
Yeah, one of the things is that when this started all going full speed, Anaconda Deer Lodge was approached. They didn't even know that the dam was in Anaconda Deer Lodge. And so that's kind of interesting how things were happening with this thing and nobody knew all the details of it. And again, it's not recreation. It's mostly for the irrigation. And hydrodynamics, it was a lousy contract the way it was done because we had involvement from somebody, and I'm not going to go into that right now, but no, rescinding the FERC license, that's the best way, and offering it to hydrodynamics. Since they're making all the money, let them have the license. And then we can just charge them for the lease, for occupying that property and maybe something for the dam. I don't know, but
Made that option.
done
too.
once before and it can be done again, rescinding the license.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks for coming back.
All right. Sorry about that. Jim Walter, please.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Do you want me
You come
to?
up here and then would you state your name?
Yes, hi, I'm Jen Walters. I am a owner of Home on the Range Property Management here in Phillipsburg. My husband and I own our business together. We're entering our 4th year of business here in town. And thank you for having us today. We just wanted to come speak a little and offer some general information on the housing market, specifically as it pertains to some questions and concerns that have arisen over a proposed development. So just a little about myself as well. I've been managing property professionally for a little over 11 years. I am licensed to manage property in the state of Montana. Everything we manage is here in the town of Phillipsburg. We have 37 long-term rentals, 1 short-term rental, and several home monitoring accounts. We also typically try to prioritize people here working locally for housing. But so with some of the questions that we've been approached with recently or concerns regarding a proposed housing development with a focus on affordable workforce housing options, because there's a lack of availability, or what's available is not affordable. What we would like to review with you is standard definitions of affordable and workforce housing, housing availability here in town, along with vacancies and supply coming online. Yeah. I need a microphone.
No, we don't have.
Thank you. No, you're fine. We'd also like to just give you an overview of current market rents for various size properties, including rates for what we believe is actual workforce housing that's already available in the community. And we'd like to just discuss the workforce and demographics of the town and how they pertain to housing. So, in case anyone is not really familiar with it, by definition, affordable housing, it actually refers to low income or tax credit housing. The industry standard considers something is affordable when it costs no more than 30% of a household's gross income. So it's a term that is loosely used and thrown around when people are talking about building or developing new housing, but truly, if it's affordable, it's income restricted, or it's tax credit, or they accept housing vouchers. Workforce housing also, by definition, technically, is housing that is for people working in or for the town and county. So for the purpose of this presentation, the data I'm going to be using is specifically for the town of Phillipsburg and not Granite County, because what we want is information that is relevant to housing in Phillipsburg, not Drummond and Hall and all of the other areas that Granite County encompasses. So for affordable housing in Phillipsburg, there is only one unit that I'm aware of that is actually affordable, and I manage it. So when we're talking about affordable housing or calculating
rates or proposing rates that someone would want to deem affordable, we're gonna use the area median income for the town of Phillipsburg, not for Granite County. And there's a significant difference. For Phillipsburg, the household area median income is $32,353. By definition, for someone that needs affordable property, or if you're proposing affordable rentals, 30% or less of that figure would mean you need to have a rent that is $808 a month. The unit I have is actually $750 a month, and it does include water, sewer, trash, so that is actually by definition an affordable housing unit. The Granite County area median income is $53,917. So you're looking at a figure that's about 20,000 more than just the town of Phillipsburg. If you break that out and calculate an affordable monthly rent, you're looking at something close to $1,347 a month. Again, our focus is not on that number, it's on the number for Phillipsburg. So since there are essentially no low income or tax credit properties here in town, what we do is track as many market rents as possible. Market rent, so everyone understands what that is what the market can bear. It's what people are willing and able to pay. For your reference, as I mentioned, my husband and I manage 37 long-term rentals in town. I track at least 85 other rentals in town that we do not manage. They're private owners who opt to manage their own property. So what I put together are multiple spreadsheets of market ranges. For the most part, so that we know that what we have available and what we're gonna price it at is comparable to what else is out there in the market. For this presentation, I've essentially calculated an overview of every single rental we have information on. Again, to give you a general market overview of what rental rates are here in town. So typically, 1-bedrooms are an average of $877 a month, and that's on an average of 491 square feet. 2-bedrooms in town average $1,080 a month and are typically an average of 1,071 square feet. 3-bedrooms in town generally rent for $1,314 a month, and that's on an average of 1,312 square feet. I think it's also important to note that almost all of these market rents include water, sewer, and trash. So for the rents I just listed, the actual rent is really about $137 lower because owners are taking out that money to pay the water, sewer, and trash bills. And just to help put it all in perspective, the development in question is proposing housing options that would cost a monthly total of $1,437 for 1 to 2 bedrooms, which is not any more affordable or reasonably priced than what already exists in the community. To talk a little bit about the number of housing units and vacancies and upcoming supply. There's an estimated 549 total housing units in town, the town of Phillipsburg. Of those 549 housing units, approximately 155 of them are vacant. Some of this vacancy is attributed to homes being uninhabitable and therefore abandoned. Some are unoccupied until repairs or maintenance can be made, so they are inhabitable, and some are second homes. So out of 549, 155 are vacant, 214 are owner occupied houses, and an estimated 180 are renter occupied houses. So again, of that 180, we have 37. There's at least 85 more out there, and the remaining 55 to 60 are vacation rentals. There are at least 58 Airbnb or VRBO rentals in the town of Phillipsburg. A statement was made recently that suggested there are no vacancies or available rentals in town, and at any given time, the most anyone has seen is 1 or 2 vacancies. But truly, in the last few months, there have been at least 10 vacant rentals or available housing options. Of these 10, 6 of them were vacant for at least 2 months, and most of them were actually vacant for 3 to 4 months. For people trying to track available rentals outside of our market, you can't just look on Zillow. This is a word of mouth town. Most of the rentals that become available, people, private owners especially, they're not advertising on Zillow. They're not advertising on realtor.com. They're not advertising on apartments.com. They're talking to people in town. They're spreading word in town. They're putting print advertising up at the grocery store. They're marketing their rental in the Phillipsburg Mail. So for anyone trying to track vacancies on Zillow and use those numbers, they are not accurate.
So where are you going with this? I mean.
Sorry, I'm almost, we need to finish here and all.
I guess trying to figure
Yeah.
out what.
Sure, I'll tie it all together for you here in just a second. So the last thing I want to talk about really is supply coming online. We're expecting already 30 additional housing units to be delivered this next year. Some of them are wrapping up construction, some of them construction is in progress, and some construction is already planned. With regard to workforce housing and the demographic here in town, Phillipsburg has a very low employment rate. Our employment rate is only 43%. That's compared to 61% across the state of Montana. Part of this is due to the fact that 36% of the population are 55 and older, and they're no longer contributing to the workforce. There are several longtime residents of the community and local business owners that have their own housing, and they offer it to their employees, or they offer it to employees that work for the town or in town. These particular rentals are closer to the true meaning of workforce housing. They offer rentals that are 1 to 3 bedrooms, ranging anywhere from 500 to 1,400 square feet at rates of $450 a month to $1,200 a month. And so while this type of housing is important to our community, before people start tossing around the term workforce housing for new developments, it's important to understand what our workforce really is here in town. And it's important to keep in mind that while a large segment of our population is no longer able to contribute to the workforce, they're still trying to live here. To answer your question, sir, in closing, we would ask that all of this information, which pertains specifically to the market in Phillipsburg, be carefully considered when reviewing requests for potential developments or approving new developments. We feel that the upcoming supply already scheduled to be delivered, there will be more options and the market will correctly adjust based on supply and demand. We've seen that happen already this year with rentals as well as home sales. And we just want to ensure that any new housing projects align with the overall needs of the town and that rates they're reasonably priced and fairly comparable to what is already available, not more expensive. So I know there's been a new development proposed that needs the commissioner's approval to move forward.
You're back to the state. There's a lot
There,
more
there's
to
a
get.
sure, there's a few different channels, but we are all here in town. We live here. We're familiar with our community. There's some information that was presented in the proposal for the development that we don't feel is accurate. So we want to make sure, in order to make an informed decision, you have accurate information.
So are you talking about the property by the airport?
Yes.
Yeah, it's still in a way out there, because I mean,
Sure.
we haven't even got the laws on the FAA, and then there's a hole there, and there's, state, it's, yeah. We have to
Sure, it-
know.
I understand. I've spoken with them. I think, word is spreading around town about it and people are getting antsy and concerned and wondering really like, is it gonna happen or how fast is it gonna happen? And is it something that the town wants? So again, we're just trying to get ahead of it and make sure that everyone has actual correct information about our market.
So Granite County has to approve it?
It would go through the planning board and then come to you.
Yeah, it has to go through the planning board, but
Oh, right,
there's still a
okay.
whole bunch in the state that's not approved yet for them, 'cause it's their ground. And it's just like the walkway and stuff, they said they could move it, huh?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with it. I'm very familiar with it. I have their letter of intent. I have their plans. I've spoken with them. But,
So you're not affiliated with them?
I'm not affiliated with them, no. I have a general concern about housing in town.
You're kind of against it then?
I'm not for or against it. I just want to make sure that new proposed housing developments that come to town are comparable with what's in our market and they're reasonably priced and that someone's not trying to come in and build a new development and charge $1,400 to $1,500 a month if the market cannot bear that.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. How do you get 70 houses in that spot?
We may not have too well, there's so much stuff to look into in the way the septics and.
There is.
cities, water, they
There
can't get
is.
on there. Trying to put in 2 wells to feed it, and then the only access they can get into is the upper end up there, they can't come through.
I'm familiar with the property.
I've been out with Brian Rollins.
Yeah. Again, it's just, like I said, because we're housing providers here in town and word of it is spreading. People are starting to talk about it, ask questions, raise concerns. At some point or another, it could come in front of you. And I just want to make sure you know what's actually happening in the market from someone who lives here and works here and provides housing and not someone in Missoula who is unfamiliar with our community.
And I'm gonna say we have a county planner who is awesome. She's on top of everything. I mean,
Linda?
yeah. So maybe we should have had her here with you to
I,
visit with.
Cause she
because-
gave us stuff on it too.
I know Linda has some information on it. I'm happy to share this information with Linda.
I think I would, I mean,
Yeah.
that way she would be updated.
Yeah, I know, we're friends with Tom Rue. I know he's on the planning committee and he's got a little bit of information as well. We work closely with a lot of the realtors in town. They are constantly sending people to us that need rentals and we refer people back to them that need housing. So I'm more than happy to share this information. I can make sure you all have a copy of it, or when it comes to you in the future, I can make sure Tom and Linda and the rest of the county planning board have it.
I think they already got a file started on it, cause we got stuff from them too, I had mine, we can pick up, but yeah, it's long ways out. To me, it is, unless there's something all of a sudden, but
To some people, it's a long ways out. To people who want to push forward with it, it's in the not too distant future as far as they're concerned. But if you have any questions, I can leave my information. Like I said, I can make sure you have a copy of this information. I'm happy to share it with the county planning board.
Cause they were supposed, they're gonna come back again, so we can put it, or when they get ready to come back, then we can email you, you can come back and do it.
I'm happy to attend any future meetings.
Just make sure you don't miss the meeting.
Yeah, I'll be following it.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Oh, thanks. Good information.
Very informative, thank you.
You're welcome.
So yeah, if you leave your information and.
Any other,
Yeah.
any public comments?
No, go ahead.
You guys, anybody back there got anything?
Yeah, just real quick,
For you?
if we, thanks,
Come
Scott.
state your
Oh,
name.
yeah.
I'm sorry. Scott Lyons, I live in the town of Phillipsburg. I'm not here in official capacity, so I won't miss anything else. Just did a little quick math on this. If we're expecting 30 more housing units in the next, how long?
At least within the next year, several
Okay,
of
so
them are gonna be.
in the next year, in this, on average in town, there's 1.5 people in a housing unit. That's almost 5% growth, which heavily outweighs what the average has been in the last 10 years. And that cannot be sustained by any level.
I would-
2.5% to 3% is the maximum growth that any town of any size can sustain over the long run as far as growth goes. Just FYI.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Anybody else?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Is it okay if I send this?
Yeah.
to Bill?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for everything. Thanks
Welcome.
everybody for coming in, appreciate it.
So where do these housing units, where are you putting them?
Oh, the ones that are coming online for next year. So there's 4 on Broadway. There's
Okay,
4 rentals on Broadway that
Okay.
are close to being done. The old school was purchased and
Yeah, I heard
those
that.
plans are already underway to turn that into multifamily housing.
The old school, members that were in here the other day telling us that.
There's several up above Roslyn, behind Roslyn Street, where construction is.
oh, really? Oh, so the old high school, is that gonna be workforce people or?
I don't have all of the details on that yet. It's my understanding that they want it to be quote unquote workforce housing. So not specifically for their employees, but open to people who work in the town for long-term rentals, people who work locally. So there's a few more single family homes that have not begun construction, but planning for construction is underway.
Thank you. Yeah. Building.
The high school's gonna have that current goal is 16 units. 3 different levels. It'll be open to the public for rent. They're not planning on putting the employees that work outside of town there, they're going to rent it to the public. And they're well on their way to having maybe 4 or 5 units available by next spring or summer. So you got between the 4 units on Broadway, which will be available soon, and in the new building that was just put up, and then the old high school up on Pearl Street, that's 20 units right there.
And then the development behind Roslyn has, I'm not sure yet, we were thinking anywhere from 4 to 8 multifamily, and then they already have 2 houses back there as well, and there is plans for a 3rd one. I'm not sure where they're at with that. There's potentially another new single family home that will go up on 7th Street.
So long-term,
These are all long-term. I mean, I don't know about the ones behind Rosalind, but, John Bergerson has stated his are intended to be long-term rentals, not vacation rentals. The old school, is intending to have those as long-term rentals. Most of them are intended to be long-term rentals.
So I have a question for the
Yes, ma'am.
mayor or for you. Is there anything that you guys are discussing about the Airbnbs where they'll come to a point where there can only be so many, or does
Well,
it?
there isn't, I don't think there's been anything in great depth in terms of that level of regulation, but there's certainly, it's going to become part and parcel with the resort tax. And it's gonna be a component in that, looking at those in terms of them paying the appropriate taxes. Beyond that, other than what was put into the growth policy, there hasn't been any discussion. However, given what's going on, and I think that there's probably going to be a discussion here in the near term on that, that we are hitting critical mass. And by the way, that was very, very good. Could I have one of those copies? Okay, you can give me one too. I like the stats and everything. I have a sense that things are trending. The market is stepping up and the market is doing it. And so it's good to hear what's going on in real time. The short-term rentals, that's the conversation we'll be having sometime this year, not only in context of the tax, but more broadly.
I can tell you because my wife and I are involved in that. Pre-COVID, there were about 24 or so inside the town limits. That grew to about 36, and now it has pulled back. So there are already transient rentals that have been converted to long-term rentals very close to your house.
I know, right next door.
Right next door.
We ourselves converted 3 last year. We had several and we converted them to long-term housing. I think we discussed with the mayor before, and like Scott is saying right now, Airbnb and vacation rentals are on the decline, and I think the owners will soon start to see that it's not as profitable as it once was, and they're gonna have to figure something else out. They're gonna have to make those midterm or long-term rentals or sell them.
Yeah, it was a big thing, and then all of a sudden everybody had them and start cutting in on each other. Now it's like,
Well, that's
newness wore off. Now
That's the
back to
market,
reality.
and I will state this as in my official capacity, though I'm only one of 6 votes on the town council. It is my belief that the council should stay out of the business of picking one business model over another and let the market figure that out. And it is my opinion that the market is already figuring that out. Because if we step in, all we're gonna do is create more problems that we're gonna have to fix, or future councils are gonna have to fix. Just
What do you mean stepping in? What are you talking about?
if we start limiting what can be done. Right, our job,
Oh, okay, I see.
We talk for the council. but
right,
not for
like say, if we,
If you
If we
decided
outlawed
you could
people-
only have, if you could only have 10 and 5 more wanted to come in, you said we have 10, you can't have any more. You don't want to do that.
no, and there's other market forces involved here. I mean, it's very simple. We have a shortage of hotel rooms. I mean, we have the Inn, we have the Kaiser, and we have the Broadway. And you know how many tourists show up here during the summer. The reason we have so many VRBOs is because it's a lot easier to turn a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house into a transient rental than it is to build a new hotel.
Makes
Common
sense.
sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, I know, we should speak it.
All right. You're fine. All right, well, on that note, thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. If we get all that info, we put it in there and make sure Linda gets it.
Yes, I'll make sure to
Keep
send
it
it out.
posted too. Great. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for the time.
Yep.
See you, sir.
Did everybody sign in?
Don't forget.
No, I didn't.
We'll sign in. We'll sign in.
Okay, thank you. On that note. For the day. Oh, I don't know, entertain a motion. Was it 2:50? Public comment? Being none?
I will make a motion to adjourn. For the day.
Already did. You
Oh,
second.
you already did?
Yeah.
You're supposed to look at me when. you do
Oh.
that. I'll second it.
All right.
Public comment again, on favor?
Aye.
All right.